Islam, Islam, Islam. Moorish America want to rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al Hajj, Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome our family to another ears Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazel. You know, it's going to be a grand drawing. My ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawamenti El Muhajjed Shepsuel. And what we're going to do, you know, we're going to allow our Moorish kin to open up the way. Our beloved brother, Consul General Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, the Texas Territory, and our beloved brother, Consul General Brother Tara and Puani Bati Bay, you know, the Iowa Territory. We're going to allow our brothers to open up the way and we will proceed with this special session. Mashallah. Okay, so you got the floor, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. We'll let you come
Gratitude.
like you did, and our brother
Gratitude.
Bati Bay, he can come forth with the rest.
All right.
Gratitude.
Gratitude. Yeah. Rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honor to his prophet, our prophet. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Al Hajj, Sharif Abdul Ali. Give honor to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give honor to our Act 1. I give honor to all of our officials. Give honor to this class, our E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class. As well as I give honors to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, Holy Quran, Book of Ali, 101, 102, the exhumed of a nation, all of our divine revelation, and everything that's Moorish. And I'll begin with our Egyptian, Moorish Egyptian prayer. Ya Allah em nuheru maku nataru, Ya Allah em heheru, Ya Allah ma'atharu, Ya Allah hoteparu, Ya Allah haru, Ya Allah ma'at herakuti, Ya Allah awahjet dejuti, Ya Allah patem sutek patem heru, Ya Allah pamatuti, El hedis way up to Ali. Amin. Alias. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. Now continue with our divine constitution for Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the assistance of and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended into his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws. And all citizens must obey the laws of the government because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of the said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish America must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace blessings be upon him, founder and father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. This is our Moors. I'll turn it over to our Council General of our Dr. Bati Bey. Islam? Oh wow, Dr. Bati Bey done dropped off apparently. Islam?
Okay.
Islam?
Oh, he's back.
You want me to read the chapter?
He's back.
Islam. Islam, Islam, Islam. This is Dr. Bati Bey with the Iowa Territory. First, I'd like to rise to give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, our mufti, citizens alike, honors to all the Moors that are here. And with that, I will begin with the reading of chapter 32. Yehoshua takes the sixth Yehoshua takes the sixth degree and passed the sixth adapt chamber of the eastern sages. In all the land, there was no place more grandly furnished than the beauty parlors of the temple of the sun. Few students ever entered these rooms. The priests guarded them with awe and called them halls of mysteries. When Yehoshua had attained the victory over fear, he gained the right to enter here. The guide led on the way, and after passing many richly furnished rooms, they reached the halls of harmony, and there was Yehoshua left alone. Among the instruments of music was a harpsichord, and Yehoshua sat in a thoughtful mood, inspecting it, when quietly a maiden of entrancing beauty came into the hall. She did not seem to notice Yehoshua as he sat and mused, so busy with his thoughts. She found her place beside the harpsichord. She touched the chords most gently, and she sang the songs of Israel. And Yehoshua was entranced. Such beauty he had never seen, such music he had never heard. The maiden sang her song. She did not seem to know that anyone was near. She went her way, and Yehoshua, talking with himself, said out, "What is the meaning of this incident? I didn't know that such entrancing beauty and such queen-like loveliness were ever found among the sons of men. I did not know that voice of angel ever graced a human form, or that seraphic music ever came from her human lips. For days he sat in trance. The current of his thoughts were changed. He thought of nothing but the singer and her song. He longed to see her once again, and after days she came. She spoke and laid her hand upon his head. He touched her touch thrilled all his soul, and for a time forgot the work that he was sent to do. Few were the words the maiden said. She went her way, but then the heart of Yehoshua had been touched. A love flame had been kindled in his soul, and he was brought to face the sorest trial of life. He could not sleep, nor could he eat. The thoughts of the maiden came. They would not go. His carnal nature called out, called aloud for her companionship. And then he said, Lo, I have conquered every foe that I have met, and shall I now be conquered by carnal love? My father sent me here to show the power of love divine, that love reaches that that love that reaches every living thing. Shall this pure universal love be all absorbed by love, by carnal love? Shall I forget all creatures else and lose my life in this fair maiden? Though she is the highest type of beauty, purity, and love, into its very depths her soul was stirred, and long he wrestled with this angel idol of his heart. But when the day was almost lost, his higher ego rose in might. He found himself again, and then he said, Although my heart shall break, I will not fail in this my hardest task. I will be victor over carnal love. And when again the maiden came and offered him her hand and heart, he said, Fair one, your very presence thrills me with delight. Your voice is benediction to my soul. My human self would fly with you and be contented in your love. But all the world is craving for a love that I have come to manifest. I must then bid you go. But we will meet again. Our ways on earth will not be cast apart. I see you in the hurrying throngs of earth as minister of love. I hear your voice in song that wins the hearts of men to better things. And then in sorrow and in tears, the maiden went away, and Yehoshua was alone again. Instantly, the great bells of the temple rang. The grotto blazed with light. The Hierophant himself appeared and said, All hail, triumph Logos. Hail the conqueror of carnal love, stands on the heights. And then he placed in Yehoshua's hand a scroll on which was written, Love Divine. Together they passed from the grotto of the beautiful temple, and in the banquet halls a feast was served, and Yehoshua was the honored guest. Islam, 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 Allah. I will turn this meeting back over to our teacher on this plane. Islam, Dr. Ashedu Aminti El Hadi Shabazi Islam.
In Islam, gratitude, Moorish kin, for that grand reading. You, yourself, Brother Marvin Evans Bay, want to honor the panel, and the honors to all of you who are on the manifest. Again, we rise upon the seven, giving all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj, Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We again give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourself. We give honors again to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. It's always a grand drawing to be on the manifest with our Moorish kin, and you already know it's nothing but Moorish love. You know, it's just a grand drawing to be able to exercise our five and demonstrate with each other when it comes to bringing these grand lessons on the manifest. You know, and so we most definitely would love to encourage our Moorish kin to most definitely tune in. Those who are looking at us via Facebook, YouTube, so forth and so on, because you can't get these lessons nowhere else. These lessons can only be received, you know, under the auspices of the Moorish American government. You know, so it's a powerful demonstration. Want to give honors again to our E.A.R.S Research Sultanate team for all the work that they have been putting in tirelessly, so to speak. And it's just a grand drawing, Moors. So what I want to do, I want to ask our Moorish kin real quick because I see Rome been playing with my emails over here. Can you open up the August the 1st email over there on your end? And then we'll go forth with our reading. Islam, y'all looking through it?
Islam.
Okay, Islam.
Yes, sir.
You found the Grand Secretary of the State?
I did. I had to shut down every open link. But yeah, I found it.
Oh, goodness. Can you forward that to me? Because they done erased it clean out of my archive over here.
Yes, sir. Will do.
That's the only email on August the 1st they done erased now.
Good gracious. Okay, I'll send it right over.
Okay, gratitude. It done disappeared. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, Marvin Eppley might be right because he said at one time, say, you may have some people going behind us over here. Goodness gracious. I'm having a knocker done erased the email. So yeah, while Grand Secretary of the State is making preparations on that area, we got a grand reading to come from the Book of Fire as we always open up the way this way. We actually want to come from page 509. This is a very powerful section here that we want to come from 509 to 515. You know, if we will get our family to volunteer to read, all is well.
Let me know, National Assistant Grand Sheik. I sent it about a minute ago.
Okay, Islam. Let me check it real quick.
Yeah, I'm a volunteer.
Okay, yeah.
While you doing that?
Okay, yeah, there we go. We got it, Grand Secretary of the State. Yes, sir. And gratitude. And brother Marvin Eppley Bay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start at brother 509.
Mm-hmm.
And you can
The
go
Moorish,
to.
That's the Moorish Holy Quran, right?
That's right. That's right. I love this section right here. Yeah. Then you can actually go all the way up to. I just want to make sure I equally distribute this. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can go from there and go up to actually page 512 above the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Gratitude. Islam. Okay, brother Bati Bey, you can actually start from the Aquarian Gospels, Jesus Christ, and go all the way over to yeah, you can close it out to 515. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's pretty good, much half and half there. Islam. All right, gratitude. Islam, Moors.
Islam, you want to go ahead and begin?
Yes, sir. I'm about
Gratitude. Islam family, this is Dr. Marvin Evans Day out of Texas Consulate. Praise and honor have been given. Now begin reading the Moorish Holy Quran, prepared by the noble prophet Ali. One of the most misread and misunderstood holy books of modern times is the Moorish Holy Quran. It is the first book ever to be written with the full disclosure and true status of Africans enslaved under the United States government. Yet, the obscurity of the true identification of so-called Negroes, blacks, and coloreds as a clean and pure nation of people, the glory and saving power of the Moorish Holy Quran has also been buried under the soils of secrecy, falsehood, and plagiaristic defamation. The sacred Circle 7 logos as its symbol of a new era of time has also come face to face with the self-hatred of a people drunk in the wines of westernized neo-colonialism and oppression. Of all the symbols and numbers indicative to the true summation of man, none is more expressive than the circle and the seven. In its simplicity, the circle and seven jointly mean perfected man. It It signifies the conscious spiritual evolution of the God state of man. It is the perfect unfoldment of his omnipotent ordination. In its complexity, the chaff of human knowledge and carnal life does not understand the infinite seed of the circle 7. Indeed, Ali said, finite mind cannot comprehend things infinite. The circle 7 is a symbol first used by the ancient African adepts. Only initiates buffered to the highest character through conquest of self could acquire the attribute of the logo circle 7. At the minimum, one would become a sheikh, adept, divine minister, mahatma, or prophet. Once an initiate acquired this highest degree, which anointed him as the mastermind Christ, all other 7 adept countries recognized this symbol. These monotheistic countries were for 5,000 years have hovered each other's sages, adepts, mahatmas, gurus, masters, prophets, and Christ. They are Egypt, India, China, Persia, Iran, Assyria, Iraq, Greece, and Japan. The masterminds of these countries would gather or acknowledge in sacred recognition whenever a wise one was produced among them. The most famous of these gatherings was the 3 wise men at the birth of Prophet Justice, Yahushua. Actually, all monotheistic nations recognized the coming of Yahushua. It was the Israelites, his own nationals of the Moses teachings, which forced the ruling powers of Rome to tarnish his God-man image. The 7 gathered again in Heliopolis, Egypt's city of the sun, when Yahushua was 25 years of age. Holy Quran, chapter 13. Another brotherhood host of 70 rabbis convened about 2 centuries later to render the Septuagint, a Greek version of the Holy Torah. Today, this Greek to Latin to English translation is commonly called the Word of God or the Bible. All of Yehoshua's teachings and ministry rest upon the title Emmanuel, meaning God in man. He became known as the Logos Circle 7, meaning the perfect word, the perfect symbol, and the perfect number. See appendix, like the life works and teachings of Joshua, chapter 14. All nations of wisdom recognize the circle 7, but it's been about 10,000 years since the world has seen a nation of Circle 7 people. This is why the pure and clean nation of Moorish Americans has been buffed the return of the ancient world. The word ancient means when we were gods. Further enlightenment on the circle and the seven war. Okay, yeah. Read signs and symbols. Prophet Nubudu Ali prepared the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, MSTLA, by the guidance of the God of his people, Allah. There is no other holy book on planet Earth which so accurately describes the fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation of North America. It lays bare the simple truth of their divine origin, fall, and redemption. This little book of holy instructions is with 5 times the greatness of the true teachings of Moses, Buddha, Confucius, Jehoshua, and Muhammad. This is why it is often called the Book of the Seven Seals or the Circle 7 Quran, and sometimes the little open book of the seventh angel. See Revelation 10. When the Holy Prophet returned to America from the East, European that the authorities asked him, "Where are the books you have to declare?" But he just smiled. Later he told the Moor that he had all the books in his head. When Drew Ali went to the printer, he dictated the Holy Quran from memory. The printers were so in awe, they knew he was indeed a holy man. The mission of all the great prophets is to restore the holy heritage of man. And though the salvation of his special nation returned him to his lawful estate with his Creator. This does not dim the glory of any of the prophets, neither their holy books, nor the degrees of the one religious creed they brought to humanity. Indeed, Islam, as revealed by Noble Drew Ali, is the old-time religion. Question number 18. The holistic life pattern established by the original African God-man is also the major of the religion. Pardon me, is the major of the ancient Egyptian mystery system, or Islamism. The Holy Quran, through Noble Drew Ali, reveals the completed circle of the one true straight way from man to his Creator. It is not new. It is not new, just dormant. Often Moors still in the Christian churches regularly pray, sing, "Will the circle be unbroken? Lord, by and by." This song clearly expresses that every religion in all nations see a part of Allah, and to them that is all of Allah. Yet each tongue merely confesses their own, and each nation is only a part of the human family, the divine circle of life. This circle is simply all of Allah's children nations. This is to say, these nations of the human family have one divine origin which constitutes one perfect circle of life. The Holy Quran is guiding the Moorish Americans, the new nation founded by Allah and proclaimed by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This little scroll has every instruction needed to lead them back to the state of consciousness when they were more like their God than flesh man, human. Drew Ali clearly states on the front cover of his Holy Quran that it has been divinely prepared by Noble Drew Ali by the guidance of his Father God Allah, the great God of the universe, to redeem man from his sinful and fallen stage of humanity back to the highest plane of life with his Father God Allah. Man is spirit. He is the highest plane of spirit life. This plane is pure consciousness, light, and sound. There, Man and his creator are one, perfect, love, and truth in peace. This is the essence of freedom, when man's higher self rises above carnal illusions. Then he will stand untrammeled on the plane of soul. More Holy Quran, chapter number 1. This is the true purpose of Ali's Quran. The power is in the book, but it takes a heart of love to extract this power. Traditional world religions and scientific teachings miseducated the Moorish into earthbound concepts. Here, they learn predominantly of their so-called imperfections. They constantly hear, "You are not perfect and only human." Socially and politically, they are drilled that only God and His Son, Yehoshua, are perfect and holy, yet outside of themselves. As far as the NBC are concerned, this type of thinking places them about 6 inches lower than a whale's turd. These teachers further enhance their demise with bogus promises of inhabiting paradise and being at the throne of a European god sometime after your physical death. Naturally, this pie in the sky lie is contingent upon a "thou shalt not" syndrome to the principles of the Ten Commandments and its European rulers. See Moorish Holy Quran 46, verse 6. The Moorish Holy Quran, as the workshop of all Moorish tools, to be enlightened by the sacred works and sacred books, it is extremely important for the reader to understand the bottom line. When the dust of all the religious and social dogmas are settled, there will be only one truth standing. That is, man and God are one. The human being has three irrefutable components, uniting his divinity to his manifest, such as spirit equals, which is infinite and everlasting. Soul equals thought activity and silence. Mud equals the melanin God essence in the human body flesh. To build a clean and pure nation and as the final solution to the Negro problem, Noble Drew Ali became the moderator of the Moorish national movement. The Circle Seven Quran and the attainment of the Circle and the Seven are tools from the old-time African religion, appearing as new to a new nation of people. With these tools, the Moorish people will have power to redeem their race because they will know who they are. Still, they will have to unite and think that their condition of mental slavery can be better. By becoming free to be themselves, they will be recognized as a nation through their free national name. The Moors said, the prophet said, this is what is meant when it said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things will be added unto you." The appendix, the voice of the prophet. Noble Drew Ali said to the Moors, May 1929, "I have left my footprints clearly cut, and even a fool should not err." With that statement, he was holding the Moorish Holy Quran and their divine constitution. If I can just get you to thinking, you will save yourselves. Now take these and save yourselves. Self-denial and disbelief is the capacity of your own, are two great failings built into the nature of so-called Negroes, blacks, and colored people. This is because the status of slaves includes a life without owning anything. True possessions of true possessions affect the character of a person. This is why there is a vast distinction between the mentality of homeowners and that of renters. All people will protect their own. It is this protection that gives value to possessions. Therefore, Ex-slaves are still unaccustomed to having something, anything of their own. They have no army, no nation, no money, no land, no religion, no prosperity, etc. But Ali said, I have brought you something you cannot tear up. So, for the first time in the history of the United States, former slaves have their own tools for which to build their nation. The Moor needs to make only two steps to be a part of the divine, the Moorish national divine movement. One is Dru Ali's Holy Quran, and the other is the divine constitution and bylaws. See Moorish proclamation, status, and jurisdiction. Let's take the first step in two, how to use the Moorish Holy Quran as a workshop, a tool. The honest purpose of a holy book is to unite man with his true self through the kingdom of heaven to his creator, God, Allah. It is divinely designed for him to read, eat, and to see the boundless strength of his God self. His true self is detachable from his carnal nature through revelations in a great book of guidance. The Holy Quran brought by Noble Ali is no exception to this basic constitution. In his questionnaire, the Sheikh asked 16 question. How did the Prophet begin to uplift the Moorish Americans? Answer. By teaching them to be themselves. This is to say, the Moorish people under the United States dispensation of lawful and unlawful slavery were in a dark age. The dark age is when a people are systematically driven and sustained to the illiterate absence of the light, wisdom. Therefore, there must be a book of revelations expressly formatted to raise their special people from the namby-pamby U.S. citizenry to the recognized descendant nation ordained by Allah through their ancient forefathers, free to be themselves. The Holy Bible, which began its journey into countless versions about 200 years after Yahushua, has not redeemed the ex-slaves of America. The Holy Quran of Mecca is considered by many to be the most perfect of all holy books. While it offers freedom to all nations of the earth and recognizes all their prophets, it still has not freed the Moorish to be the nation of people. For the NBC to remain as the only nationless people on this God-given earth is unanimously interpreted by Arab scholars. This is not the true glory of the great Quran of Muhammad. This enslaved the African's attitude has been a part of the Arabian culture since the pre-Mohammedan days of paganism. For nearly 6,000 years, it appears that no one has been able to put a stop to this physical selling of African people into slavery. The Arabs were stealing Africans from the Sudan for 200 years before the coming of Yahushua the Christ. Even after the divine advent of Prophet Muhammad, the Arabs and European Freemasons of today, and the Arabs and the European Freemasons of today cannot imagine their world without a steady staple of delicious African slaves. Yummy. In the April 19, 2001 edition of the International Committee of the Fourth International, Trevor Johnson reported some 200,000 children are sold into slavery every year in West and Central Africa. Most Westerners and NBC may be unaware of the thousands of children, mostly girls between the ages of 7 and 16, are being sold into slavery from Benin, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone on such a scale until it's been called a West African clearinghouse for children. Meanwhile, the glorious Holy Quran is still being printed and owned by some of the same Muslims who are profiting from the sales of those who are born in the image and likeness of the great God, Allah. Seems like some paganistic addictions are just too evil to give up, even for true Islam or Bismillah, the will of God. The Moorish Americans must first become themselves a free nation of people, as are all nationals of the human family. Then these Asiatics can be buffered Muslims, as were their ancient forefathers, who first founded Islam over 10,000 years before the birth of Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Morse Holy Quran 48:68. They will know their higher self and their lower self. They will learn to love instead of hate. Muhammad Ali saw clearly the lofty wisdom of the big Quran, and he instructed the Moors in the little book. This is the uniting of the Quran of Mecca. See inside of Morse Holy Quran real cover. Okay, let's get on. The illuminated pages of the Morse Holy Quran, a Morse shout out. Brother Nathaniel Chambers L., through the Moorish Vanguard Publications, has written an in-depth series of booklets, the illuminated pages titled Moorish Holy Quran Commentaries. These commentaries and interpretations are very well published by a heart and mind that is pure with love and is highly recommended by this author to those sincerely seeking to know more of the truths of Noble Duality. Readers can order the first edition of these works by writing Moorish Vanguard Publications, P.O. Box 38368, Baltimore, Maryland 21231. Please include a check or money order for $10 plus 2.50 for shipping, and allow 3 to 5 weeks for delivery. Brother Ian Chambers L. is due magnanimous honors for the transliterating the holy works of the noble prophet that has been guided by Allah to redeem man from his sinful and fallen state of humanity. Okay. Where did Allah get chapters 20 through 24? Hold on. No, 20 through 44. Pardon, sir. The 24 chapters, 20 through 44 of Noble Drew Ali's Holy Quran have also been seen by the discreditable eye of Western plagiarism. Here it must be remembered because the Moors and media of the 1920s could not credit any European school or university with educating Duali. He was often labeled as illiterate. Therefore, in the 60s through 70s, and now he is accused of copying these 24 chapters from the book unto D.I. Grant, or the American Rosicrucian Society, AMORC, 1760s text called Infinite Wisdom, The Economy of Life. Here's where the Willie Lynch plan comes in full effect. The grand federal question in the United States today is, who are you going to believe? Our elite or the status quo's online eyes? Would you believe someone that has enslaved you for 375 years and tricked your mind into feigned citizenship for the past 135 years, sworn to bury all African contributions to the earth of Noble Duali? Again, most unconscious Moors raised on the belief that the buck stops at the Europeans here. Do not question the pale-skinned sources nearly as articulate as they do their homes. Even when the Europeans' origins will, more often than not, mysteriously fade off and known into an abyss of "I'll get back to you," okay? Or the infamous once upon a time the green monkeys made the world flat and didn't leave no written record, blah, blah, blah. It's not strange then for the MR, the MRC to say they got those chapters from Sri Ramathio, who got it from an unknown English gentleman, who got it from his friends, who talked it out of the Tibetan monks, who translated it from the Chinese master Lao Tzu, and so on, blah, blah. Truth be told, the most ancient teachings of Tibet, China, Japan, and India came from their homeland, Africa. From the universities of ancient Africa came all graduate degrees, example given, Master, Christ, Mahatma, Angel, and Prophet, etc. Only Ali, born from amongst us in the United States, was ordained in Africa to bring the lessons of freedom to the external. Prophet Noble Ali was not allowed to write the words to these chapters and had to commit them to memory. See Revelation 10. These lessons were given by the Egyptian adepts after passing their sacred test of worthiness. These were the holy government Ma'at of Akhenaten, the first Christ Pharaoh of Egypt, and were handed down also to Confucius by the Egyptian angel Gabriel. These chapters, while kept secret from the West, were about as new as the Egyptian book of the coming forth by day, often called the Book of the Dead. They have been around through civilization for ages. In fact, the ancient Moors used these same lessons to civilize the world governments in the East and the Americas thousands of years ago. See who are the Moors. In fact, while I am on the subject, the reader will see these chapters plus the final four as the cornerstone is drafted for the Declaration and Proclamation for the Moorish Americans. The closing chapter in this biography to show you how they still save nations. Truth is, Noble Drew Ali did not steal anything from anyone. He did return the Moors the light of their ancient forefathers, and he acquired the inherent saving powers from right where the Moors left him so abruptly. But carnal man does not want the light, and when it shines in the darkness, it comprehend it not. If by chance, when a Moor wakes up and sees someone else with his forefather's light, he will see the genuine thief. Naturally, the thief was holding their light for you while you had the hell of a headache. See Freemasonry. Naturally, the thief was just holding their light, your light, for you while you had a hell of a headache. See Freemasonry. The chapters 2 to 19 and 20 to 44 were from books well recorded and kept since olden times. Then when he materialized in the lands of his forefathers, the lessons were loosened for the first time into the Asiatic hands in North America. When anyone reads of Juali's coming to when anyone reads of Juali's coming in Revelation 10, they will see his little book was one which has already been opened, written. Again, Yehoshua spoke of Ali's coming in chapter 2 of Ali's Holy Quran. Like Muhammad, Ali was also told to read. No, my friend, Ali did not copy not one word from Levi or a strange English gentleman or any other European. No other nation or people can utilize the saving powers of these ancient lessons except the northbound tribe of Ali. If the critic would write the truth, it would read simply, Unto thee I grant, and the Aquarius Gospel of Yehoshua has been around so long they are out of copyright protection, but have saved no one. Noble Ali got these gifts from Allah through his heritage for the Moorish and the people of the earth. When the resurrection of the Moorish Americans becomes a fact, these lessons will be living manifest. Besides, since when has any European government had the Moorish best interest purely at heart? England, France, United States. He also wrote every word on the Quran's cover, page 3 and the last 4 holy chapters, plus the divine constitution and bylaws, and everything it takes to save the only nation on earth that cannot be saved by any other way. If this is illiteracy, then please, illiterate, show me the kingdom. Islam?
Islam. Islam. Praise, giving praise to Allah and honors to the Prophet. The Quarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, according to Levi. Another European twist, chapter 2 to 19. Woe unto those who confound the truth, and to those who scatter my flock. These are the words of the Holy Prophet Muhammad and Noble Drew Ali. They were warning those who deceive the lamb, seeking the spiritual nourishment and truth of their karmic doom. As emphasized in the chapter Adam and Eve, it is in the human nature of the rulers to distort, change, confound the true history of those who they conquered or governed. This holds especially true for Levi's version of the life of Yehoshua, not recorded in the Europeans' Holy Bible. The Quarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ by Levi, now in public domain, is misaligned with twisted truths in favor of the pale-skinned conquest of Africa. It is flooded with historical falsehoods and impossibilities as Christians during Yehoshua's lifetime and a hueless, blue-eyed boy named Yehoshua. The English-speaking nations of Europe have never developed a single word for the name of God, being mostly a mongrel language, and Levi could not translate Allah from the Aramaic language of Yehoshua into English. But when Noble Drew Ali placed the true name of the great God in the Holy Quran for the Moorish, he's accused of plagiarizing and copycatting Levi. Please, surely the facts lay bare. Each one, Ali and Levi, according to their inherent nature, brought a truth to their people. Which truth was sent to free the Moors? Which truth was sent to free the Moors and fallen humanity? This was a grave miscarriage of freedom to his people, to his European nationals, Yet it followed a natural path of deception paved by his forefathers. Unfortunately, the African ex-slaves of the United States who have always followed the religion of their former masters accepted Levi's book and date as superior to the truth of Noble Drew Ali's Quran. His book, even with the European twist written plain before their face, causes some of the most devout Moors to doubt the authenticity of their prophet and the missing 18 years of Yehoshua. Moors have undergone such mental beatdown until few of them actually question Levi or how did a European get the life of Yehoshua during the lifetime of Noble Drew Ali. Since Europe has never had a holy prophet born from among them, then why didn't they raise Levi to be their first, especially after bringing them a book like the Quarian Gospel of Yehoshua the Christ? And why was the actual copyright registered in 1932 in the Copyright Office, yet backdated 1896? Or assuming the latter was true, the full life of a registered literary copyright was only 26 years until 1980. Shouldn't Levi's book have been in public domain at least by 1926 instead of 1996, 100 years later? Just because Rome writes it doesn't make it so. It should further be noted that Ali's divine preparation in Egypt and Mecca also included the highest degree of ancient yoga that India had to offer. Here again, will be revealed the Moorish American prophet relationship to revealing Yehoshua's life in India. He actually walked the prophethood path of Yehoshua and Muhammad, whereas Levi and no other non-African, non-Muslim, non-adept, and non-sheikh has ever gone to the heart of those holy places. This includes Europe's finest thieves of Egyptian philosophies: Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, Heraclitus, Democritus, and today's entire world of Freemasonry. Still, from among the pillagers of African teachings, they have not produced one holy prophet. Anyway, Ali was the first to bring the Moors the perfected yoga. He became a guru, a perfected being, by the conquest of the self into the liberation of the God state in the highest form of Hatha Yoga. This highest degree was through the Adamic Kemetic adept teachings of the gods were maintained in its purest form through the secret lineage of Siddha yoga masters. This is why Yehoshua was in India amongst the Muslims and not among the Christians as alleged by Levi. If Levi were nearly as pious as promoted to be, he would have known that the future would reveal the truth. There were no Christians in India or any other place on earth during the time of Yehoshua. The origin of the Siddha Yoga began with the creation of the original man. See Adam and Eve. The four nations that kept these lessons of perfected man were Africa, Egypt, Egyptians, India, Japanese, Chinese. More Holy Quran 46, page 3. Or, if you prefer, Adam, Isa, Buddha, and Confucius, when our scholars of theology combines these sacred teachings with the pure form of Judaism unfolded by the Christ Yehoshua, you will discover the complete Circle 7 brought by Noble Drew Ali. He simply called it the mother of all religions and the first religious creed for the redemption of the Son of Man. What it is, Islamism, the old time religion. See religious finale. There are very few European people who will honor Africa as the cornerstone of religions, especially Freemasonry and other master Christians. However, peel off the tinsel coat of superstition, rituals, prayers, and gods and demigods, and what shall be revealed is pure Egyptian. Man, know thyself, saving power. Sharif Abdul Ali, when speaking to the Moors of his life in India, said, "While I'm talking to you, Moors, my spirit is over in India with them, and those old sisters are jumping this high, rejoicing because of my coming to them. I brought you something that you can shout about. Children, one day you are going to love me." The Siddha lineage through the Egyptian mystery system is taught in Ali's lessons of self-mastery in the consciousness of the higher self and the lower self. See Maya and the ego. Now that we know why Noble Drew Ali is Allah's prophet and how he was ordained by Allah in due time to bring us the everlasting gospel, question 40 to 41, a certain question reoccurs. Where did Levi get his life of Jesus? Plus, man must master his 7 seals, go within the third eye beyond the blue light in order to enter the infinite records of the prophets who taught Levi this straight way. See Adam and Eve. And how did this truth come out crooked? For a fact, the time wasted in questioning Ali's coming would be better used in the Moors saving themselves. Islam. The infamous red book of the MST of A. Another portion of the little open book, Revelations 10, brought by Noble Drew Ali, the 7th angel, is the sacred tablets called the Mysteries of the Christ Yehoshua. his life, works, and teachings in Egypt and India. The holy lessons of man's deification were delivered into the hands of the Moorish Americans by their prophet and founding patriot, Sharif Abdul Ali, Arabic pronunciation, Noble Drew Ali. These Quran lessons of purity and love are highly selected into the 23 chapters and fulfill Ali's message to the missing 18 years of Yehoshua. There are not that are not found in the Bible. The promise of these good years is go out there and sit down. Excuse me. The Quran lessons of purity and love are highly selected into 23 chapters and fulfill Ali's message of the missing 18 years of Yehoshua that are not found in the Bible. The promise of these good years is first noted on page 3 of Ali's Holy Quran. Yehoshua, who joined the superlative lineage of Christ, was of the pure blood of Moabite and Canaanite descent. Therefore, in keeping in the line of the torchbearers of civilization, the true life of Yehoshua reflects this God-man of the Nile, is a noble part of and parcel of Moorish American history. On many occasions, Noble Drew Ali referred to himself when he was Yehoshua and told the Moors, Jesus was your brother with woolly hair just like yours. Since their first publication in 1923, these two previously written little books, Revelation 10, have been basically hidden from the Western public for fear of continued hypocrisy, desinstillation, and denationalization to the true life of Yehoshua. Most Moors thought the lessons were to remain secret inside the MST of A because those years of Yehoshua's life had not been known prior to the keys being loosened by the prophet. Actually, it was the Moorish Americans, then slaves, that had been the Western world's most carefully guarded secret. They did not realize the content of the book contained the 5 high principles of the ancient Egyptian mystery system: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and were to be taught through the Moorish patriot, universally and to all lands, to all nations. The only true way to obtain peace. For any of the Moorish to withhold the revealed keys to peace of earth due to all fallen humanity is mean, unjust, and evil, but also hide from them the reality of a savior of the world, born right here in North America. The modern history of the so-called Red Book is shrouded in secrecy, superstition, and plagiarism within the various adept chambers and infrastructures of the MST of A. Immediately after Noble Drew Ali left the body in 1928, the African Freemasonry took over the MST of A and carried his movement into the iron hand of the 14th Amendment. During the 1930s, Charles Kirkman Bey entitled himself the Sultan of the West and plagiarized the book's cover by renaming it The Mysteries of the Silent Brotherhood of the East by C. Kirkman Bey. For the next 73 years, Moors being introduced to the Red Book never knew their holy prophet brought it. No, the Honorable C. Kirkman Bey did not write or cause to come into existence the Red Book, which bears his name everywhere except in the appendix of the true biography of Noble Drew Ali. When a person has been tricked into believing his or her blessing come from the order of Freemasonry and not from their great God by his prophet, then truth and falsehood has been misplaced and their salvation is delayed. For years, the book was treated more so like a Masonic Bible than a guide into self-perfection. Nevertheless, the illustrious Noble Drew Ali did say to the Moors, I have brought you something that you cannot tear up. Therefore, the mysteries of Christ Yehoshua, when read by those who love Yehoshua, still has the saving power to make all men attain the same Christendom as did Yehoshua. Any wide open eye can easily see the sacred book is clearly an extension of Noble Drew Ali's Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple and includes the events and missing 18 years of the life of Yehoshua not found in the Bible, in the Holy Bible. See Appendix, Moorish Holy Quran, 1937, commentaries. The true adept lesson of the Moorish is a science which is a power that exerts itself at the will of the user and rests well within the use of the words and not merely the possession of them. The appendix. See the appendix. Should I join the MST of A? Yes, for the express purpose of being taught to be a upright Moorish American Muslim and not only a member of a religious organization. This reasoning keeps you in line with the founder's sole purpose of establishing this lofty organization, in harmony with the chapter on the Moorish Science Temple. The author deeply encouraged each reader to locate or establish a branch of the MSTOA near them, or it is easy to elevate your current group, church, club, or it is easy to elevate your current group, club, church, order, business, organization, family, school into a lawful MST of A. It is foremost a teaching institution of higher learning through truth. Unfortunately, there are some precautions which should be heeded when joining an MST of A. I simply advise two things. Never forget there is only one temple and one prophet of the temple. Study the contents of this book as a guide. Be Moorish and take it with you on your road to national freedom. 2, rely upon the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and insist upon every Moorish American citizen following the true teachings of Noble Drew Ali found in the appendix of this book. Although the human aspects of these great organizations have clouded its purpose, the uplifting of fallen humanity, it must be remembered that the divine seed of salvation remains untarnished, pure, and redemptive as it was first founded by Noble Drew Ali. The unblemished records of MST of A are due largely to the inactive and lack of us of its founding purpose for the uplifting of fallen humanity. As you enter the MST of A, do not repeat the errors made since 1929 by remembering Act 5 that this type of organization of the MST of A causes confusion when it does not act subservient to the Moorish American people. Remember, the MST of A belongs to the Moorish Americans as a clean and pure nation, not the other way around. Remember, the MST of A belongs to the Moorish Americans as a clean and pure nation, not the other way around. It is not in the power of any organization to own the citizens of a government, but to obey those said citizens hereby. Remember, the MST of A belongs to the Moorish Americans as a clean and pure nation, not the other way around. It is not in the power of any organization to own the citizens of a government, but to obey those said citizens hereby. See Act 5, Divine Constitution and Bylaws. Peace. Islam, and I will turn this meeting back over to our teacher, the comedian, Hereford, Islam.
In Islamism, grand reading, Muslim, that's a powerful reading. We had to bring that forth to our Moorish kin there. You know, it don't get no plainer than that. You know, once again, We rise upon the 7, giving all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore, honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to everything that has been brought on the manifest. We got a grand draw in the brain to our Moorish kin, Moors. We love you. And this is going to be a powerful demonstration. And I want to go into a few measures. You know, we will be going into certain drawings in relation to dealing with the PO document. Let me stop the screen sharing too, by the way. Yeah, we will be going into, those measures as we have been already, continuously vetting different portions of the drawing. But I want to go into a measure so that we can bring forth some more clarity in the area of sound shifting and different words and so forth and so on. And a lot of these special words we have covered over time, showing our people in the basic form how certain letters, actually relate to different drawings or whatnot. And we'll use even the email that we have in relation to dealing with this, because we can actually go into referencing even our dictionaries and multitudes as we go along in some of these drawings. We want to make sure that our family can see what we mean when we speak of certain words coming forth from the Arabic, for example, that the Arabic actually derives from the ancient Egyptian and Hebrew. And when we see the unity between these, what we call a triune expression, we call them strong linguistic ties. And these strong linguistic ties is what really solidified the definitions that we will end up coming forth with later on. So I just want to touch on a few things here. We ain't gonna tarry long. We want to touch on a few things. And again, show our people how we navigate as we touch on these particular measures. So what I want to do, I want to share my screen. And I'm going to go over some things. Some you are familiar with, some you may not be familiar with. But nevertheless, all these things are to bring about more clarity and make the truth plain, so to speak. When it comes to everything it is that we demonstrate. Because our main thing is making sure that when our family go out there and they're trying to reach other people, they're trying to give other people a drawing, they have a grand expression, so to speak. And I want to start with what we are more familiar with than anything. So let me do this real quick. Just give me 1 second. And I'm going to share this screen. We're going to go into some measures, and we're going to get into the PO document. We're going to get into our molar tool, because we're becoming more knowledgeable with this special demonstration as well. Let's see. I'm doing this here because it's very important that our family truly get this special drawing. Because every time, we already know it, that we get out here to demonstrate something we build, we always got somebody coming behind us trying to take the people back into slavery. So our key is to give clarity in our page, so that our people, if they ever come to our page, then they can get the grand drawing. So let me show you something. We want to get into a lot of things that's going to pop up at some point in our path and our journey along the way. So we want to make sure that our people are prepared. make sure that our people fortified, so to speak, right? Okay. And this is what happens when you have people who don't have a full knowledge of linguistics, so to speak, and then they just try to science up certain things based upon bias and everything else that come along with that. They have a grand misunderstanding of what should be actually brought to the manifest. So what I have here, and we're going to be dealing with some of these words. I actually was looking at some of our Grand National Secretary of State's definitions, vetting some of the homework, and some of these things are things that I've already dealt with in the past, but I just put this in a different symmetry than before because I want to emphasize on certain things, to show what I say when I speak of strong linguistic ties. Now, we know that we ain't concerned with all the markers that they have up here. We're more concerned with the transliterations that are expressed here. Transliteration is, for example, ayah, right here. Ayah, right? And ahu, ayah, right? All these different words. Ayah, ahat, right? Now, all of these would be considered by most people of Egyptian root. Even here, ayah, right here, ayah. The words, and I've emphasized this before, ja, the word yah, you, and aya. These particular words, I have shown consistently that they all derive from a Kemetic root, and the Arabs took their particular version, and then the Hebrews took their particular version. You see, the Israelites rather took their particular version, and they came up with a name for the deity that actually can be traced back here. Now, many people that have no knowledge of this will be in denial, but all you have to do to counter this special demonstration is recognize that which came first. Did Saudi Arabia come first? Did, the Israelite culture come first? Or did the Egyptian culture come first? And I think everybody know the answer. So naturally, if the Egyptian culture comes first, and they were the ones who first established the language, and everybody else we see adapted our language that actually came indirectly or even directly in certain cases from the alphabet of ancient Kemet, then quite naturally it should be easy to see that there are derivatives, that come forth from Kemet. For example, there's sometimes you'll see the word Yah, which is Y and A in Arabic, be isolated. And they will actually say Yah is the form of God, but this saying and O Allah together, when you see Allah, Ya Allah, O Allah, you hear us say that in our committee and adept prayer. Ya Allah abnu, Ya Allah abhet, Ya Allah as saying O Allah. The same way that our chairman was dealing with the adept prayer. You see? So when we go into the aspects of that word Yah is just simply Y and A. Now over here in what they would call, some people call it Paleo Hebrew, whatever the case may be. Some people call it Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. But you see the same measure here, Yah. You see the same drawing, Yah. And somewhat to a certain extent, you can see a similarity between this expression over here and this expression, if you really look at it. If you look at the measure here, and then you come over here and you see this, if you were to place this on top of this, it would look just like this expression here. These two are just separated in different language. But they also show the connection between Ayah and Ayah. You see? Now, this is Hebrew and Arabic here, right? Hebrew here, as they are called, Paleo, whichever way you want to call it, Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite, whatever one you want to call it, Moabite, call it that if that's what you know it by. But that's the Arabic right there, right? So we can still see some relation just between them two. You see? Now, notice it said look, reveal, breath, and they going into the definition of the expression of this, work, throw, and worship. They going into the expression here. Now, here's again, Ahia, right? For those who are not familiar with this word Ahia, this is the actual statement that was used in the Bible, the Piscean records. When Moses was asking him, he said, well, who is it that I should say that has sent me? He said, Ea Asha Ea. Ea Asha Ea, right? This is Ea Asha Ea. I am that I am. I am who I am. You see? So in most cases, when you deal with this name that had became known, and we're going to get into the true origin of the name Yahweh, which is finna shock many of the people, or even Yahweh. Because some people say, well, Yahweh is a name that come from the Babylonian and all this other type of stuff. But really what it boiled down to, family, is a name that really go back to ancient Kemet and was distributed through different cultures. Because Kemet had the first complete linguistic system to become an alphabet. All these logo syllabaries and, other expressions wasn't considered the alphabet as Kemetic alphabet was. So when you go to Sumeria and you go to try to talk about the cuneiform and that was not considered an alphabet in that form. You see, so you got to know the difference in what it is you're looking at. And they would say they originated around the same time, and people do this to basically make, these cultures come up at the same time. But that's a whole nother measure of a discussion. We ain't getting into that yet. I want to carefully analyze this here and let you see what's going on here. Here's in the Egyptian language now, Ea, and they say Jah the Great. This is what was translated out of this right here, right? Jah the Great, right? Now, notice the markers that they use here. We don't get caught up in the symbols and so forth, but notice the markers that they are using. You see the little hand look here, right? That they like to have on the manifest. It's a whole nother history about, how these things became seen as they are. We done already went over the many measures dealing with the Champollion aspect and how they come up with that. But the hieratic has always outdated this. Don't listen to what the other people telling you. They don't know what they're talking about. You see, they do not know. They're just going off what Rome said. They ain't did their own research. I don't care how many Roman scholars say that something was something. That ain't gonna make me go off of it when I done did the research and I found something different. So again, this word "ayah," this word in ancient Kemet, look at it. This is the same word up here in all actuality, despite the changes in these markers here. You see, ayah, this just has an A at the end, right? This ayah, is the same expression. And we're going to get into this real deep in a second. But this name branched off between the Hebrew culture to become Yah and the Arabic culture to become Yah. You see? So this is the oldest root of a word coming from Kemet branching off in these directions. That's why we would call these strong linguistic ties. So outside of the European concept, or contrary to their popular belief, what we do with this knowledge is that this is how we are vetting our words. If they have strong linguistic ties showing that you have a word that actually came from Kemet, and then it branched off into what they call the Hebrew, and it branched off into the Arabic, then in our perception, it is safe to go with the expression of the word, and then we come forth with a greater definition of the word based upon our knowledge, not solely what the European had to say. You see? So keep that in mind. Now that's just dealing with these three measures, and all of this is in relation to the same, but we just point out these three portions right here to show you exactly where these things come from. And if you know anything about what we call sound shifting, it all makes sense because you see a letter I in front of the A and the H up here, right? But then it becomes Y. Well, the most common in their thought knows that the letter Y is interchangeable with the letter I, even in the Hebrew rules, so to speak. You see? Then they would say, well, there's no J in that. But, you know, the J come later in the Latin and all this here. And then, you know, they'll go in the Egyptian language and try to pull up Jed, which is something totally different, but that's a whole nother measure. But nevertheless, the I, the J, and the Y, you see how now Aya becomes Ja, which is the J. See? They're telling you that right here. But you see how they use that measure in the English, being that they use it just like why they don't say Yeshua, you know, Yesu, you know, which is also interchangeable with the I, Issa, Isha, Isos. You know, this is where you see all these things. It's called sound shifting, family. You see, and this happens when it takes its form through different languages. That's why you see Isa in the Quran instead of Jesus. Take the J off and put the I on there. Isos. You see? In the Greek, Isos. That's where they get the Jesus demonstration. Their so-called Greek. You know, which is really going back to the Hykaptic, because I can show you the word Esu in the Egyptian language as well before a Jesus was ever born. You see? This is the truth, family. Now, the deepest aspect of this, let's pay attention here, because we see another measure. We just touched on the Aya, the Ya, the Ja, and all of that right there. Now here, all of these pretty much run hand in hand together. We can put them together. You know, we're going to go and look at some things in a few minutes. We're going to pull our molar tool up and see what we can find, you know, just by going through these things and go into some other dictionary definitions or whatever the case may be. But I want to emphasize all of this first. So look at this. Now look, they say the moon, right? This is their definition of what the word means. Just because they define it as that don't necessarily mean that that's what everybody should go with. You know, what about the moon? You talking about the principles of the moon? You know, you talking about the rules that govern the moon scientifically. What are you referring to? See, this is what mislead people if they don't know. So here's another word. They say C-I. You know, and they'll go into this word and take it all the way into Tehudi and everything. I ain't got no problem with that. You know, because Mustafa Gadala, he most definitely pointed a lot of this stuff out in his works. He say Tehudi is, you know, not a moon god, but a god or what he called a deity of the moon. You know, meaning a principal power behind the moon and so forth and so on. So you see here, they actually have the Hebrew word. Now, this is coming out of E.A.R.S. Budge, Egyptian dictionary, right? We don't use this to promote his dictionary. We're using this to vet and critique his dictionary and correct this. So don't get up here, and we ain't talking to our people on the panel, but we talking about people that look at this. Don't look at this as if we are using this to support our claim, because we're not using it to support the claim. We correcting it. Make no mistake about it, family. That way you don't get it confused. Say, well, he talked about it, but he using European sources. No, I'm using the European source to prove to you that they don't know what they talking about. And I'm showing you how we use it, and we vet it with our own system. Basically taking their own stick and beat them up with it. That's what I'm doing. So here it go right here. You see the letter Y here, right? This is also the Aleph and the He. Yeah, right here. They're showing it. Same thing that I was expressing here. Now, the only difference is this is called box Hebrew. You know, some people call it Masoretic text. Some people call it modern Hebrew, whatever you want to call it. Then they even have the Coptic expression. All of them in relation to this word ah. So a lot of people try to use this expression here and they tie this back, and say, well, Allah is a moon god. No, Allah is the God who created the moon. Just like Tehuti is the principle behind the moon comedically. This is the same thing. Allah is the divine principle, in Arabic, who created, the moon, govern the lunar principles and so forth and so on. You see, let's correct it and make it, right, so to speak, like it's supposed to be. So here again, coming from the same drawing, you see E.A.R.S, right? Remember I was talking about the E.A.R.S, you see the connection automatically between this Egyptian word, which means a god. And you see the same thing here. Only difference is the definition. Okay, yeah, this is Egyptian. So they chose to translate it as a god, right? This person chose to translate this as worship. What are you worshiping? A god, right? E.A.R.S, A-Y-A-H. E.A.R.S. Remember, Moses was told when he said, who am I to say it is that sent me? He said, E.A.R.S, I am that I am. You see? But notice the connection right here. Right here. There's a connection between these two words, just like it's a connection between the Yah and the E.A.R. and the Yah over here, E.A.R., right? Then you go back also, the Ah is at the root. Ah, right? Then you have here another word, Ahat, Ahat, flesh, limbs, Ahat, right? To rejoice. So the rejoicing of the limb, the prophet was talking about jumping for joy in the exhuming of a nation just then when the chairman was speaking of rejoicing. While he's over in this side of the planet, they jumping for joy and rejoicing over there. This is an act of rejoicing here. Jumping for joy right here. Air, right? We can also see the expression of arm, leg, arm, head being demonstrated. You see? Again, air, to exclaim. So we see a connection between all this. Also, here it is, the gods, Ahu, Ahale, the gods who measure the lives of men in the Ament. For those who don't know what Ament is, that's actually third heaven at another level. You know what I mean? But again, now, a lot of time they like to use these, what we call indicators or markers. They like to use these symbols and call them alphabet, but really we know they come from a hieratic letter. And they just replace the hieratic letter with this symbol. So don't think that we promote using symbols. We're talking about this sound that they basically reverse engineered into being this symbol, I. Now, look at the connection of this I to this particular demonstration, because this actual symbol here in the Paleo Hebrew, we know come from this actual symbol in Egyptian. It didn't come from the Ptolemaic expression. It came from the actual Egyptian symbol that existed long before the Ptolemaic hieroglyphics was created. But nevertheless, they adopted this and they created what they called, again, proto-Sinaitic, proto-Canaanite. They had a picture expression of writing in the ancient Israelite text, so to speak. But it was not written that way in this expression. The European come up with the way it was demonstrated by the Israelites, and then they came up with their own demonstration and tried to apply that to their dictionary. That's why they have so many people confused right now, thinking they can read pictures as letters. You see, they stole that concept from the actual Israelite language, which was indirectly derived from symbols that they took to create their particular language, and they put those symbols beside an actual alphabet. The Israelites, the ancient Israelites did, the Canaanites. You want to call them that if you want to at that time. That's who did that. So again, this word ah, notice the connection here. Right there. You see it, that's a stick man expression of this expression. You see? We see that clear as day. Look at all this connection right here, right? So Now that we can see all of this here, now it should be becoming clear to us now. What I want to do right now, before I move to my next slide though, I want to go up here and see what we can find. And this we are doing together actually. You know, I want to go up here and see what we can actually find by going into our molar tool. So the first place we will have to start is right here. Let's go to the alphabet system they have up here. Remember, we don't care nothing about these symbols over here. We're only looking at this because they're what we're working with right now, but we creating our own, and it's going to be hieratic. You know, all these things here won't be in our demonstration. You know, I got the whole abjad put together. We already done did that. You know what I mean? So, matter of fact, let me show you what I'm talking about, because it's better to show you than just talk to you and you don't know what you're looking at. See, this is what the ABG, the hieratic, look like. So in our dictionary, once we get done, for those who are watching us, our people on the panel already know what I'm talking about, so we ain't talking to them to be redundant. They already know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. So this is the proper abjad right here. So instead of that symbol that you see in the arm form is the letter A, this is what the letter A looks like. Right here. You see that? So don't get it twisted. So when I say I ain't worrying about, you know, them pictures and all that right there, we just dealing simply with the definition. And we're only using these measures here of the definition so that we can vet the word, just like you just seen me do, between the three languages. We could actually add India in there if we really wanted to, but we're really just dealing with the three languages. And if they all check out the same, we will vet that definition, and then we will come forth with our own definition based upon what we have vetted. That's our system. You see? So anyway, here we go. This is D36. Notice they starting out with the A. And they are saying that this is A. We are saying that that letter, what I showed you in the hieratic a few minutes ago, is A. You see? That's the real A. So they even comparing it to the Ayin right here, right? Now I want to go into D36 and see what we can find. And this is just vetting it on the spot now. I want to see what we can find here in this D36. And in order to do this, family, all you got to do is recognize the order they got here, just like you would do with ABCs. So we see A-I, and then you got the Y, you know, and then the A. So, okay. So let's go down here, and you'll see in the alphabet, keep going. And you'll see it come up in a second. Hold up, pardon if I went past it. Dang, boy, that thing scrolled quick, boy. When you pull that look, there we go. We in the area where I want to be. Okay. Went back too far. I want to just start from the top, and then we'll go down through them. And we just checking some things out here. You know, we dealing with D36. That's D36 right there, right? Now, this is our own methodology. You ain't going to see no so-called Egyptologists demonstrating like this right here, because ain't nobody taught them this, what we doing. So let's go here. D36. This is the first one that we can see here. And it has a Z1 beside it. Notice it says arm, hand, and forearm. Let me see something here. Now, none of this stuff is connected as far as these sources I'm using. I'm just using common sense and dealing with the word, and then looking into the other dictionary to see what the word says. Now, notice what it says here. Flesh, limbs, you know, okay. That's what you rejoice with. Arm, leg, arm, head, right? Right? Look at the symbolism that they have. Notice they keep that little indicator here, that marker they have here. The so-called expression of, you know, what they would call the arm, and the twisted flax, and what they call that, the papyri reed. Some people call it the feather of Ma'at. You know, different people, depending on who it is, that's what they call them. But notice the transliteration here. Flesh and arm. Look at it. Ahat, right? You know, you see the expression here with the I. And then when you go back over here to where we were, you see it? Okay, so we can see some connection here. So let's go to D36 in the molar tool. We're going to do that in a second. I'm going to go through some of these here. I want to see what some of these are saying first. AF, command. Some of these definitions, like I said in here too, we got some of the Grand National Secretary of the State definition she had. We went and vetted certain words. Scroll down a little bit. I'm looking for an A and an H. Should be getting the one in a second here. Okay, here we go already. Notice this says rope here. And it actually went outside. This is actually the one that is more in line because this is D36. But this went outside of the D30. This is last D36 and the only one that we see with I in the rope there. But we see these same symbols here in this area when we go back to E. Wallace Budge's dictionary over here. We see the same things. You know, we see some of the same expressions here. Look at that. Make me think about, you know, when you deal with the rope, you know, I think about the golden cord of love because we say the hand is symbolic to the mind. And Prophet Muhammad Ibn Abdullah talked about that holding on to that most trustworthy handhold that never breaks. You know, and that really has to do with the line of divinity. We talked about that line of divinity last night, though. So that's what we have here so far. You know, in limitation, we see another I here. It means to wipe away, entrap, snare, palace. Okay, so they have a few that scattered abroad throughout this next session here. Aha, which means to fight in this particular drawing. All this has to do with doing work with them limbs, though. We definitely know that right there. Hold up. We may find some other things. Let's just go through here because ain't no telling what we see. See a how, attending. We just looking at the hand here as an icon is leading on. You know, standby, helper, heat, portion. Okay, let's go a little further down. See if we have anything else here. All we doing is looking at the things that are dealing with what we call more solid in definition. Okay, so that's basically where it ends with those. So definitively, what we see in all actuality, the only two words that was even close basically is this one, the rope aspect, you know, and then just going back up to the very top and dealing with the definition that we had, hold up, which is right up here. Okay, there you go, right there. Yeah, the arm, the hand, the forearm, and so forth and so on, right? Now, we talked about sound shifting and everything else. Now, notice they give certain expressions here. See the ayah. Notice they have this feather measure out front. So that's what we're going to go now in the dictionary. We're going to see what we can find in this dictionary, you know, which is basically in between M17 and you got the 2M17, which they like to call two reed leaves. But we're going to start right here and see what we can get. Since we are dealing with that expression. Don't look like they got a whole lot in this area here. But nevertheless, we're going to see what we're working with whatever a little bit they do have. So they begin, let me see, I want to make sure I'm starting at the very first one. They begin round about here, the M17s. Reads, I, me, my. It make me think about the I am degree. I, me, my. Okay. Also, we can see the O. Now, remember, this is the letter Y here, which is synonymous with the letter I. So remember where I say Yah Allah, the Yah Allah, O Allah. We can see the connection right here. Because this Y is I is interchangeable with the letter Y. So, it look like, yes, sir. O Allah, I Allah. So, let's go down through here, see what else we can find outside of that, because mostly it's just dealing with utterance and so forth and so on. Notice this drawing here. It's getting close to some definition that we already seen. Remember, it talked about to worship and to praise, right? Look at this. E.A.R.S, E.A.R.S, right? Adore, right? E.A.R.S, to adore, adoration, right? E.A.R.S, adoration again. Let us go back over here. You know, because these scholars here, they came at different time and they was demonstrating on different terms, but we want to see how close their definitions are to each other. You see? So when you go back again and you look at these definitions, look at it, see the leaf out front. Rejoicing, adoration, same thing. We see the connections here. We can definitely see the connections here. So either you're dealing with adoration, we can it's safe to say that when we're dealing with all of these words here, when you come through the definition, you're dealing with worship, you're dealing with rejoicing, you're dealing with adoration, or you're dealing with God. Worship, rejoice, adoration, adore God. Worship, rejoice, and adore God. Give adoration to God. You know, this is basically what we can get out of, you know, just putting all these terms in one particular expression, right? So let me go back, because I want to go back to this dictionary and keep looking a little bit, because they got a few more following this. We want to exhaust everything we have in front of us. We got more dictionary, but we just trying to keep it simple to the point right now, because there ain't no need in having to go through everything. So we see still the expression here, the reed leaf. We see, you know, the hawk. We see the, you know, the expression of the personage here. And again, all of these are but markers in our eyes. We're not looking at these as alphabets. We're looking at them as markers to find exactly what we're looking for, so we can put it back in its original hieratic form. So we see the same thing here really being repeated over and over. Even though they tried to do different expressions, it still came out the same in the transliteration. How they managed to do that, it behooves me. But yeah, more offer to sacrifice, buying the sacrifice. Okay. Be injured, dissolute, come to return, mishap, breakfast. Yeah, to sin, arise, mishap, bold. See, it says there are similar persons being united. You know, so we see a lot of different definitions here. Here's one right here. Uh-oh. This is what we're really looking for right here. This is how the European define this. That don't mean we accept that. No, we're talking about the God who created the moon, the principles of the moon, the powers of the moon. You know, we don't refer to the creator as a moon god. You see, Europeans do that. And the reason they do that is to take the unsuspecting and try to misdirect their minds into believing and thinking that, oh, that's a moon god right there. So now they'll tell you a certain god is supposed to be a pagan deity and have people looking at the supreme being sideways. And most of our people eat it up, especially if they feel like they're in opposition to that particular doctrine. They take that and then use that because it's beneficial to them, not because it's true, in fact, but because it's beneficial. And if we are being vetted or told to show us the source, then why are you not asking those who created these measures to show the source as well? So what we would do is correct this translation here. Just because they said it don't mean I got to accept it. You may accept it, but I don't accept that. You see? Because I know the Quran doesn't teach in that particular way. You see? Because that's what they try to do. But yet they will use this and say that this is the Allah. They will say this is Allah here, right? But then when you show them this, these same people that attack the teaching, but then when you say, okay, well, it does represent Allah, it comes straight up out of Kemet. Oh, no, that don't mean that. Oh, no, it don't mean that now, huh? I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in a second here. And I'm going to do it right after this particular measure because I don't want to lose this thought. I want to hold it. But now look at all these definitions here. Because this is the one that they come to when they say Allah is a pagan deity. Allah is a moon god. This is the one they like to pull now because it's convenient to them, right? And they got this from a European scholarship. I know it because I got a book up there I had for years called The Islamic Invasion. And I kept that book. I read it years ago because nobody ever really was making an attack on Islam. You know, and I went into it and talked all type of crazy stuff about Prophet Muhammad and Allah being a pagan deity. And I had seen a lot of this stuff before I came into the truth, unbeknownst to many of you. Some of the stuff I was deceived by, I was saying the same thing, attacking the doctrine before I really came into a full consciousness. You know, and so what we find here is that this was done deliberately to create misinformation, to have people confused that don't know no better and that accept only what they hear and have not done any research to back it up. So again, yeah, this is what they would bank on. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about so y'all don't think I'm just making this up. This is where we get the buck stop at. So yet this is being connected to, again, the abode of God up here. E.A.R.S. You see? Ew, they got a whole bunch of them. So let me show you what I'm talking about in expression when I say that people try. See this here? This is one of the measures of propaganda that was created by somebody that was against Islam. Lahya, the Egyptian moon god, right? The origin of Allah, the God. Okay, we agree that the origin of Allah comes from Kemet, but for somebody to put their twist on and say, okay, this is the Egyptian moon god, we see where they got it from. They got it from the definition out of these European dictionaries. You understand? And they running with it, but we know better. We know that the Arabs of this modern time, nor the Europeans, have a clear conception about, you know, God in the person of man. And what's actually being expressed here, you know, is really a mudra. When Prophet Noble Drew Ali did it, he placed his hand above his heart. You know, this is the eye of Heru that's being held up in the hand of this one that is known as Aya. And yes, Allah, the name Allah, derives from this, but this was not being worshipped. This was showing that God existed within man. See, that's what they ain't telling you. You see, they want you to believe that this is the God being worshipped. No, this is the expression of God in man. So they would say, okay, well, this represents the sound ah. Okay. And then this, which is the eye of Ra, a Heru Ra, this is Ra, and R is interchangeable L. So Allah, if you want to look at it from that standpoint. You can't get around that, right? We done demonstrated that many times. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali, when he put his hand over his heart, he said, well, where's the nearest place you can meet it? In the heart. So he placed his hand over his heart to show you the nearest place you can meet God is within the heart. So that was really a Kemetic mudra that you see Prophet Noble Drew Ali demonstrate. You see? This is powerful, family. And notice if you're looking at this right here, you will be reading it from right to left, so to speak, right? And there was a video that came out on this where the brother was speaking and he was talking about the transliteration of Arabic. Let me see, I got it right here. So see, one say, Commission Adept said the word Allah is in the Egyptian language. No, Commission Adept didn't say the word Allah is in the Egyptian language in the form Allah as it is today. We are saying the word Allah derived from the Egyptian language. So when you quote me, you better quote me right. You see? So who we know as Allah, we know is rooted in Kemetic language as Ayah, Yah, Yah. That's what we've been saying all the while. You see? So now look, this is a brother, and Renoka Rashidi is here, and the brother say, there was a brother speaking recently, you know, somebody sent me a clip. Yeah, this brother said that, you know, was coming at you about the Allah measure, and he was coming at this brother because of what this brother said. And they say, well, you tried to use Renoka Rashidi as an authority, you know, in the slick way. No, we simply said Renoka Rashidi was here and he didn't contend with this brother when this brother said what he said. And listen to this brother from Africa. Listen to what he says. And look what he points out. This is his breakdown now. We don't deal with the pictorial symbol, but look what he says. Give it a second, more. Give it 1 second. Let me do this here. Sometimes this thing go to acting up. You know how Rome is. They're talking about experiencing interruption. Find out why. We know why. Same reason it was hard to get in here this morning. That's why. Give it 1 second more. And I got good internet connection and it's buffering like this. Well, you can see what he's talking about. He explaining this is him saying, well, that's Allah right there. You know, that's his expression of saying that. Not saying that this is dealing with one alphabet, but that's the expression of Allah is what this brother is saying here. You see? It ain't going to let me play it. I can already tell, you know, because it would have played by now, you know. But nevertheless, you see the link right here. If you want to, if you're watching this, you can go ahead. It ain't a long clip, but you'll see the brother Renoka Rashidi is in here, you know. But he was showing him this, and Renoka was one of the people that was on looking at what this brother was demonstrating. You feel me? So when you go in here, again, he say this is a law in pre-dynastic Nubia. And what happens is some of our people, we did a class on this last night. They have so much hatred in their heart for cultures that are not of what they understand, to where they try to find a reason to try to debunk everything that would give what they consider a legitimacy to anything of truth that's coming from that culture. So being that they believe this brother right here is, I guess they want to say he Muslim, they're saying, okay, well, we got to go against this one and say this is false, this is pseudo. You know what I mean? Yeah, he was talking about original Arabic, you know, and going into the Hebrew and all, I mean, the Egyptian language and everything. So this is it when you get a chance. I ain't finna keep on trying to get it to play because it will play by now. I guarantee you any other video probably will play straight up. But this particular one here, for some reason, it's a short clip. They ain't letting it play. So my thing is, again, You seen what he was demonstrating with, right? Now, my research come from my research. It didn't come from this here. I've been saying what I've been saying long before I came across this video. It's the same thing with the word more. You got a brother from over there was saying, that the Moors come from, the word more come from Egypt as well. That was on a debate between Tahaka Bey and a brother from over there in Morocco, an African anyway. But it's just a shame on how people find so much reasons to demarcate themselves. So let me get back to my other demonstration here real quick. And I was showing you how people try to manipulate the name Allah. Let me see. I think I was up here. Let me make sure this is the right one. Because I actually have something I'm going to show to you in a second. We just want to make it real plain right now. Now this is, I was showing you ayah. Islam.
Yeah, like I was able to get on that page and the video's playing. I don't know whether you want.
Yeah, it's playing. It'll play for you. I know it'll play. But me trying to share it ain't let me play it.
Okay, right.
That's why I say y'all look at it. It'll probably let y'all play it on your end.
Right.
It don't. Normally when I show stuff, you notice it play. But in this particular case, it is what it is. We ain't gonna waste no time. So I put it up there so y'all could see it. So my thing is giving confirmation to what I'm saying. Now look at this word here, for example, Messiah. Now the word mes comedically goes back to Mesu, which means the son of, so to speak, right? Now they are saying this means born of the moon right here. And they saying this is definition of the word Messiah. And this is actually one of the seals like the Israelites will have that come with Egyptian expressions. Hezekiah got one, Jezebel got one. I showed the Moors this before. Now notice they are breaking down the word mes and ayah. The word mesu means children of. When they say mesu ra, mesra, that means children of Ra, children of the sun. So in this case, it's Messiah. They're showing that the word Messiah is a combination between mes and ayah here. Ayah, right? The same word. So they're saying this is born of the moon god, Allah, ayah. You see? And this basically what they would be, they basically going alluding to really Jesus is what they really talking about, Yeshua here. You know what I mean? So pay attention to this, family. And remember, these are different people who are putting these things together, and some of them have bias in them. So when you look at that stuff, you got to take it with a grain of salt and do your own research. Because if not, it'll have you in hatred. So these are all the different expressions, of ayah, all over the place here. You see the expression of Khonshu here, which is another expression, Tehudi. It ain't strange because we know Tehudi was said to be God in our Moorish Holy Quran to the Egyptians. So he would have been ayah. That's his name as well. They had different names in the Kemetic language. But notice he has the moon, crescent moon, and the sun, this as a headdress. This is actually a unisex headdress. We see the goddesses with the expression and the God-man. But nevertheless, everywhere you look, you see the same expression. This is the actual picture that I showed you a few minutes ago, one that I often use. That's the eye of Heru. Remember we say, okay, they say, well, this is a similar that's a word. Ara, Allah. Easy we can do that if that's how we expressing it. Dealing with the metaphysical aspects of it. We can go there. But we making it plain to you right now. So let's go over here and see what happens. Because we done vetted everything out with all of this, and we can see that this comes from Kemet. We just don't accept. See right here, even they got a video here right here. Yah, the Egyptian moon god. We got to stop that. Because all that stuff come from the European. When they call this the sun god, the moon god. That's not what our ancestors called it, family. That's what they call it, the European. Our ancestors didn't call that. That's what I'm getting at. Why is it so easy for us to believe what somebody else said, as opposed to going to do our own research and seeing what it is. No, this would be a Neteru recognizing the divinity of the self. That's all it is. That's what the Neteru are. They are different expressions of the Creator. That's why Asar and Alset and Heru could personify themselves generation after generation, cycle after cycle, because it didn't depend on one particular body to be so. It had to do with the new rulers and the new families that came into existence. So if a new king came forth, he would represent or personify that same principle of Asar. His son would be Heru. His wife would be synonymous with Auset, because this was the universal order of the family that had to do with the collective that went from cycle to cycle. So whoever ruled took those stations and titles. You see, when you understand the teaching properly from that standpoint, you won't be confused like some of our people are that think they Egyptologists under the auspices of the European anyway. So now that we have made that plain, what I want to do is I want to have an open discussion on some of these things. I want to open up the floor right now to my panel and see what they have to say about this special demonstration. Then we'll move on to the next slide in a second. I ain't gonna take that long on them, but I just wanted to beat this one up a little bit right here, because we know we got some people out there watching that need to hear this. All right. So panel, is there anything that y'all would like to bring forth in reliance of dealing with this special measure?
Islam?
Islam, Brother Marvin Evans Bay.
Yes, sir. Gratitude for calling me. Yeah, this is Dr. Marvin Evans Bay out of the Texas Consulate. Praise and honor have been given. I reiterate, praise Allah and honor the Prophet and honor everything that's more. Yeah, this is a powerful demonstration that you bring forth. I mean, especially starting from your first demonstration about E.A.R.S, and going through the different, say, languages or cultures, starting with Egyptian, then you went to Hebrew, and then you finalized in Arabic. And you showed how that word was a strong root, because it lasted through all of the different cultures, which many of our demonstration is today, like Amen, But yeah, so that was a beautiful demonstration within itself, what I mean, and when you're showing how European whoever like to bring forth some interpretation that is not, because you showed how they try to make that Allah, how to make that a moon god. You know what I mean? And like many demonstrations, and for me, it just shows me I have to go back. You know what I mean? I have to revise all of my interpretations. Before coming to these teachings, as to anything Egyptian, anything Egyptology, or however you want to put it. So but it's just a beautiful thing, and it's a blessing to have one such as itself. And I'm not stroking you, but it's just the truth. You're a master teacher, and we need a master teacher to unravel all of the misinterpretations and misunderstanding and the straight out lies that have been put on the manifest today. And I'm just grateful for being here, being a part of this, and it just gives me a better understanding, a more rooted foundation, how to look at things, how to look at these expressions, about you. And I just say gratitude for allowing me to speak. To peace.
Gratitude for the measure, brother. Islam, Consul General, Texas Territory, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. All right. Is there any other more who would like to come forth and give their portion on what we just demonstrated? Because we got a few more to show our family.
Islam.
Islam, Sister Curta Bay.
Islam, Dr. Dendrania Curta Bay. First, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. Give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Aliyah. Give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials. And I give honors to you, Dr. Shaheed. I tell you, wow, this is just such a powerful lesson for me. And just sitting here listening to you and watching this. And I definitely will be going back and just playing it as that hammer repetition. But everything you said is so true. And just watching you, how you taking us through the different, we vetting the information that we are putting out here. And you asked the question, and it dawned on me, you asked the question, why is it so hard for our people to accept the truth, to accept that we are telling you the truth versus what the Europeans say? And I asked myself that, and as I think back over my own life, how we was, they programmed us. See, anything white, anything that we was programmed to believe, that they had the answer. And if it came from them, that was the truth. And anything that came from us, that how could we know anything? So it's we've been programmed. That's been drilled in us. But praise the great God Allah that the truth is being revealed. The truth, you can't hide the truth. They thought they had the truth hid. They thought they had us buried in that grave. But we are raising up. We're coming up out of there. We have discovered the truth, and we are betting this truth. We are showing you. We taking you. You can't. If you don't accept what we are putting out there, that's on you. All we can do is show you. We showing you where we getting this information from. We showing you, and then you, like you say, we have people talking about we are using what the Europeans say. Well, we have to use what he say to show you that he took it from us. He took all of that from us. And if we don't show you where he got it from, how you gonna know? I tell you, Dr. Shaheed, this is such a powerful lesson, and like I said, and I love how you talked about the ayah and the isha, and how you said that mean I am that I am. I remember that. I remember that part in the Piscean era so well when Moses was telling the great God Allah, who said I say sent me. But I am so excited. I'm getting fired up now. So I'm gonna close my beak. But I tell you, the family, you just have to listen. I mean, all we doing, we documentation beat conversation. And if you can't accept that, all we can do is put the information out there, and we gonna keep it moving. But the truth is being revealed. The truth is being brought to this earth in leaps and bounds. If you want to know the truth, it's there. It's there for you to get it. Islam, gratitude, God, man, for letting me share.
I want to say something.
Islam, Sister Curta Bay. Gratitude.
Dr. Shaheed, Brother Leroy Larry Bay want to say something too.
Islam.
Islam,
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear with divine ears, Brother Islam.
Dr. Leroy Larry Bay. You praise Allah, honor to the Prophet, and honor to this grand custodian research class today. And been a grand demonstration, and as always, and as you were saying, all the teachings came from Kemet. And look on the walls, the different temples. It says Sultanate, know thyself. So all our teachings had deal with studying of the self, the inner self. But other cultures came along, the Europeans, Arabs, they took this whole demonstration outside of the self, get you to worship gods outside of the self, gods of Europe who we know nothing of. So it took us, away from that divinity within ourselves, and that's how they was able to control and enslave us by indoctrinating us with their own doctrine, their own form of Islam, their own form of our ancient teachings was watered down as they gave it back to us. And when you speak about the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad, as we know, was taught 22 years by the angel Gabriel, who was a commissioned Abdet master. And when he taught Prophet Muhammad translated the Kemetic teaching to the Arabic language to the nation of people who was sent to, who was the Arabs, who went astray, even enslaving their own melanated, woolly-haired mother and fathers, and so he stopped them from doing that. Soon when he left the flesh, they went back doing the same thing, enslaving people, and that's evident to this very day, and Prophet Muhammad tried to get them people to worship Allah as the spirit, but they couldn't, they was worshiping, as, things outside of themselves, they couldn't see Allah as the spirit, so, and even Prophet Muhammad was stoned to death because he was trying to get them, to look within themselves, see the great God, but he couldn't do that, so it's important that, we set the record straight, and get these teachings out here because our people desperately need them, and the Prophet Noble Ali brought us back everything to save ourselves as a nation of people, and he told us just to do that. So all that you see Islamic architecture came from Tamaray, Egypt, or Kemet, even down to the Kaaba, it's a replica of the Temple of the Phoenix, in Heliopolis, Anu, so it's a whole lot that need to be corrected, and we got it here in praise Allah. We can try to get it out to our people, for those who want to accept it. Islam, peace, and gratitude in grand class.
Yeah, Islam and peace, brother. We give honors to you for that drawing. It's a grand drawing. But is there any other more who would like to come? Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam. Rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, honor to our panel, our family, also to Act One, and to you, Dr. Shaheed, for this powerful class. In addition to what my Moorish kin brought forth, you had such a master question when you stated, which came first, Saudi Arabia, Israelite, or Egyptian culture? And of course, the answer would be Egyptian or Kemethian. And so when you placed side by side the various roots or words, whether it be coming from the Hebrew, coming from Arabic, and you also had ayah at the top coming out of Kemet. And then when you looked and compared the different definitions, this is even before we got to the dictionary, it was easy to see what flowed naturally dealing with times and climes of the culture and what stood out as a little bit deceptive. So, when the prophet speaks about reason or reasoning, which is one of the axes of the soul, and then when you go into the dictionaries and start seeing the various, comparing the markers to the various definitions and things of that nature, it's easy to intuit what is ours from what seems to be, and that in itself. And this is why we often state we are the question and the answer. But because, as our Moorish kin have stated, we have been indoctrinated, or, having the European as our God in our mindset, not realizing we were under mental slavery, and the truth had been so buried and muddled and remixed, then this caused it caused a demonstration of doubt because one didn't know. So now that we're able to go back, from what our ancient forefathers brought and bring it forward, then we can see more clearly and be able to trust that what we're coming from is in accord with the actual truth. Because it makes sense. So I just want to give you much honor and gratitude, because even as you're going through these classes, every time you go through the classes, it brings a clear conception within myself, and I know, within the panel, and therefore it just makes our particular mission of divinity even more clear as far as what it is that we're supposed to be doing along the way. So gratitude more, because this indeed is a benefit. Appreciate you. Peace and love.
Islam. Peace and love, Grand National Secretary of State. And we appreciate you too. You know, this is a grand expression, but yeah, you know, all the Moors, y'all hit it home. Y'all definitely was pushing the line together. You know, and it's crazy because since we in that area, I'm gonna do this right here real quick. And we're gonna move to our next slide so we can get to the other portion of our drawing. Because these things have to be put out here, Moors. You know, if we don't put it out here and show people, they're gonna constantly push the narrative, you know, from the other expression, so to speak. And what I'm gonna do here, because I'm trying to go into my actual Facebook page, because I know the most close to the archive that I can pull this demonstration up without having to dig is right here on my page. And then I'm gonna reshare real quick. Since we're speaking on this, we're going to make this plain too. And that's why we said that which culture came first, Grand National Secretary of State. And that right there should kill all the argument right there with somebody with common sense. So now, but sometimes common sense ain't so common. We know that too. So here we go right here. We done showed y'all this was the greatest expose that has ever been done, you know, when it comes to exposing what really happened with that language. Now we know that this is the actual draft of Champoleon's alphabet when he was first creating it. Now we see he put this beside what he called Greek letters, which we know come from Coptic. That's strike one right there. But this man went through all these definitions here. Not definitions, but all these pictures, markers, and indicators here. And he chose from, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, from all these. And he said all these right here, you know, ideally represent A. Then he just said, all right, we're going to choose one. So I choose a little bird. So, you know, he went and chose signs and symbols of his own make and came up with a name. But on top of that, what they failed to realize, then he used this alphabet to transliterate and translate from the Rosetta Stone that was created centuries later by the Ptolemies now. And then he used the Pele, because they like to use that. He didn't just use the Rosetta Stone. Our people now, he used the Pele obelisk. The Pele obelisk was also created by the Ptolemies. So he's translating the alphabet that he created from monuments that the Ptolemies created. How is that going to make you translate something that came into existence more ancient during the time when you created and reinvented the rules and translated according to those rules? Even in the aspect, this is how we already know that they did what they did. You see how they did the letter here and talk about, okay, this is the A and this is, now notice they got the letter L up here, right? Interchangeable R. Well, in certain alphabet, they took the L out and they left the R there. That's why you had somebody arguing with me, ain't no L in the alphabet, because the European said so. When you go back to the original hieratic alphabet, though, the letter L is there. You see what they stole it from. So the order itself lets you know that it didn't come from the original people, because the abjad order is not there. You see, so that's a whole nother measure, but it's just as simple as that. But some of them still gonna run along thinking they know what they talking about, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead, and I was going to go right here actually, you know, because we were here, we seen the ayah, their definition, moon god, or whatever the case may be, right? We seen adoration, worship, you know, them types of words. That's the definition we give to the word ayah, not moon god. You see? So we're gonna go over here. Let's go M17. And the only reason they said that because they see a moon in the symbol. You know, this is what they do. It's a moon there, so it must be, if the sun there, it must be a sun god. You know, foolery. You see, so here, you see what comes up here when you do the M17. It got different expression. You keep scrolling down. You see the little feather out front, same thing you seen in the drawing that we had there. Keep going. You see the letter Y, right? This is the expression they use here. And that's all of them being exhausted, right? We had a conversation about this one here. Okay, so now let us go into this demonstration a little further as we move through this drawing. Let's try, hold up, I want to say N62. I think that's the one it is right there. Let's see if it give us the N62. They had A up there, so we ain't gonna put the A up there. That's not the one we're looking for. Okay.
It looks like it had N62A.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna register because I tried that before. Let's see, will it register? See, it don't never register when you put that other number at the end. But it's another way that we can go through this because I've been here, and it actually probably go through the D36 if I ain't mistaken. Let's see if we can pull it up here. Because I remember seeing this recently in our last class. And let's see what it does. This right here may be the one that get us here. Okay. Come on now. Don't you go to acting sluggish on me. Okay, yeah, this one right here probably will get us exactly what we is moving slower. They see they go your little expression they try to use for the arm. Come on. We're gonna scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, this is the one right here. Come on. It's taking a slow little time. All right. But yeah, so scroll. Let me see if it go better if I go here. Might be better off by using this little thing. Sometime it'll do it better here. Okay, it look like it's doing a little better. And they showing you basically everything in connection to this. Let's see. When we go to the next page. Yeah, that's why I like this little tool right here, though, because it goes through all the other areas and then it gives you the links to the words in it. It's multitude. And it can have some little more improvements on here where we can type this stuff in. That'll be even greater. Okay, so that's that one. That's the little arm expression here. Let me see the other one. I want to go back over here and check these numbers again. Let's see. Let's try this and see what we pull up here. I think it's A40. See what we get up out of this. Okay, come on. Oh, they just giving a bunch of the determinatives here, which I see they have in the suit. Per the I, which is one of the aspects of Pharaoh. Okay, uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay. Let's try the N11A. Actually, it's N11 because they ain't gonna let me register A. So this is what we were trying to get to right here. There it is. See, it says Aya. I'm gonna click on that too and see it don't let me go nowhere outside of where it is. So I go back to that. So we can see at the top here, Aya Abd, which is Aya, that's symbolic to the expression here. You see, this is what they try to say, moon god, Abd, which actually deals with what we call the duat, even, hold up. Yeah, they have them here too. Basically, that's consistently moving through this particular page, as we can see. Here's the exact expression. And this is N12 here. But see the expression with the crescent moon and the actual star. We was dealing with this. We was talking about salvation, Adeptus. We talked about that in our other demonstration here. And the N11, N14, that's the connection to it. So here it is right here. So this is why they would take this and then come up with trying to express, talking about Allah is a moon god. You see what I'm saying? That is not the way it go. Only those who believe in what Rome tell them will go for that. Gophers, as I call them. Let me do it here. As soon as you type that in, because they done put the algorithms in there by this old garbage, they come up with this, and the first thing they using to identify with this is they talking about the crescent. The crescent automatically makes, so that means that when any religion is dealing with the crescent, they talk about the moon god, Allah. Then. You see what I'm saying? Look at him. You got all type of video with people on here. I'm trying to put the one what I had up earlier though, because they have a whole bunch of. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that I had here. Okay, I click on this one, then it opens up the endless possibilities. That's the one I had first. You got countless people, using this crescent moon Islam. That automatically is supposed to make it a moon god. You know what I mean? This is how ignorant people are. Now look. See, I was talking about Tehuti being called by the name. Y'all see what I'm saying? They all are connecting to the right information, but they accepting the wrong interpretation, so to speak, is what they doing. You see how they going, even the name Yahweh, see how they tracing it back to the same root, but they still trying to call it a moon deity or a pagan deity. This is what happened when truth and falsehood strangely mixed get a hope to you. And for those who don't know, this name Yahweh, that's used by the Hebrews, because that's what we're going at with it now. And we're getting ready to go open up our slides. I'm just showing you all these different posts on people that's trying to attack. So it's truth and falsehood strangely mixed. And if you a gopher, you go for anything, you'll take this. Look at it. Yahweh is the ancient lunar deity. Aya. See what I'm saying? See that truth and falsehood strangely mixed right there? They identifying rightly that this is the same deity, but they still calling it lunar deity or moon deity. Aya is the ancient Egyptian lunar deity. His name is often transliterated. Watch. Yah, Jah, Yah, Jah, Yah, Ah. You see what I'm saying? So that's the type of stuff you have to look out for. You have to know what you're looking at, because if not, somebody gonna mislead you. They can't do that to me. They can't misguide me. I know the truth. All that is called propaganda, family. That's what it is, to be exact. Now let us show you something here, because this is very important that we show you this. It's very important. Look at this. This is for my family out there that say the Israelites. Listen to what it says here. YHWH. Remember, this is what they call the tetragrammaton, 4-letter word. Now, if you read this backwards, it's HWHY, which is Huhi. That's actually Egyptian name that corresponds with this Yahweh, Huhi. Remember, you take that backwards, HWHY, Huhi. You see? So that's the Kemetic root. And you have Yahweh, Yahweh, or Yahuwah in Arabic. But guess what it's saying they're giving their origin and root? They still didn't give the ancient origin, but they're actually saying that this word adopted by the Hebrews came from the Arabic. So all the time when it has been fighting of the Israelites against the Arab over the God, look at this. The original Arabic meaning of the name. God reveals his name to Moses as I am. From the Hebrew root, right? And there you see it right there. That's Yah, right? That's it right there, Yah, right? Being the name Yahweh. However, originates in Midden and derives from the Arabic term for love, desire, passion. Now, this is a Israelite, not Israel, but this is a Jew that's talking about this now. I'm surprised that a Jew would admit that this word, and this is in the biblical, I know what they're talking about. You know who the Midianites are. The Midianites were the Arabs. Moses, if I ain't mistaken, married a Midianite, if I ain't mistaken. Well, we know Abraham married, Egyptian, and they came forth later, your Midianites and your Ishmaelites and, all these Arabian, and there were 12 princes that came up out of there too. And I think Midian might have been in the midst of it, if I can reflect properly. But look at what this one says. This Professor Israel, no. He says in Exodus chapter 6, after Moses complains about how Pharaoh has increased in Israel's workload and refused to set them free, God appeals to Moses and reiterates his promise to take Israel out of Egypt and bring them to the promised land. As a part of his message, God tells Moses that his name is Yahweh. Said even though he never shared this name with the patriarchs, only appeared to them as El Shaddai, right? It says God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh, Yahweh, right? I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, El Shaddai, but I didn't make myself known to them by my name, Yahweh. Now we can take a principle from this. Notice it said that he didn't make himself his name known to them by that name. This is the principle we need to take when it comes to dealing with these different pathways of what we think we believe is the truth. Yeah, the Most High may have revealed himself to the heirs by the name Allah, but he didn't necessarily reveal himself to the Hebrews by that name. Yeah, he revealed himself by the name Allah, to the Arabs, but then to a particular people like the Buddhists, the Hindus, he revealed himself to another, because we say he's a man of many names, or he has many names. You see, so this shouldn't be shocking. All these should be bridges between the gap. So nevertheless, this is the first time that Yahweh was made known after he had told him at first, I am that I am. Then he come and tell him, my name is Yahweh, right? But anyway, it says the text makes it clear that the name Yahweh, or YHWH, known in scholarship as the Tetragrammaton, Greek for 4 letters, 4-letter word, right, is of great significance, marking a new era in ancient Israelite history. But it offers no explanation for its meaning. YHWH's being, in contrast, God's earlier revelation at the burning bush, in which Moses introduced, it says, to this special name, and introduces this special name for the first time, explains or at least hints at the meaning. So he not only said E.A.R.S, see it right there, there it is right there. They're using the E here, but we know the sound shift. E.A.R.S, I am sent me to you, right? But his name, Yahweh, right? When I come to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? God said to Moses, I am what I am. They'll say, I am who I am that I am, depending on the translation. And he said, thus you shall say to the Israelites, E.A.R.S, I am sent me to you. Now we know that God told Moses that he was a God. So if Moses later said to the Israelites, I led you through the wilderness 40 years and 40 nights, gave you shoes, manna, and quail, all that you may know that I am the Lord your God. Moses recognized he was a vessel of the creator working through him. So it makes sense when he said, when you ask who it is that sent me, say, I am has sent you. I am mean that I am the one that comes from the source. I was sent by the source. So God was instructing Moses to tell him that. See it right here? It says when Moses asked God the name, first he answered by saying, I am what I am. I am that I am. He said, even follows up with telling him, E.A.R.S, I am sent you. E.A.R.S, I am. Right? Sounds much like Yahweh, which is a play on words. And I showed you the connection to it earlier. You see? Explaining that Yahweh or Yahweh words mean he will be or being. It has to simply mean he who exists. That's what they'll tell you in the Arabic. Yahweh, Yahuwah. Thus God follows up this implied etymology with the tetragrammaton. And God said further to Moses, thus shall you speak to the Israelite, Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, God of Jacob, sent me to you. This shall be my name forever. This is my affiliation for all eternity, right? And he didn't change that when he revealed the message in the Arab, because the Arabs or the Sufis really use this name. But it come from the Arab lineage, not the Hebrew lineage. That's what this whole thing is about. Nevertheless, this interpretation does not reflect the original meaning of Yahweh. It says the word he is would not be written only with Vav as its third letter, but with Yod. It says just as the word is I am. Its second, note how awkwardly the verses read, trying to force the meaning of E.A.R.S on the word Yahweh, but by having God first tell Moses to use the name E.A.R.S and then use the name Yahweh without explaining the switch. Thus, I would argue that the explanation here is popular etymology. We need to look elsewhere for the etymology of his name. Now, notice this, the Torah.com. This is coming from one that is Jewish now. And they finna tell you that this name actually come from the Arabs, which means it actually had to come from the Egyptians. That's the part he didn't go into. Moses, Midianite backstory. The first clue to understanding the name comes from the context of the story of the burning bush in the book of Exodus. After Moses kills an Egyptian and flees from Pharaoh, we already know 2:12-15 in Exodus. He ends up in Midian, where he meets a priest of Midian, Ruel, or Jethro, and marries his daughter. See, that's the Midianite wife I was talking about, Zipporah. While shepherding his father-in-law flocks, he sees the burning bush and receives revelation from God. It says, at God's own mountain. Moses was tending to the flock of his father-in-law and Jethro, the priest of Midian, and drove the flock into the wilderness and came to the mountain of God in Horeb, right? This context suggests that God's mountain was not in Israel, right? Or in Egypt, but it is in the Horeb wilderness, not far from Midian. It says, where is Midian? And what do we know about it historically? Midian, it says, are the Korea culture of North Arabia. You heard Prophet Noble Drew Ali talk about the Quraysh tribe. It says, assuming the area described by Ptolemy as Midiana is the same area as biblical Midian, an assumption that can be supported by a biblical connection between Midian and Ishmael. It says, we can know quite a bit about its material culture in the late Bronze. It says in early Iron Ages, 13th and 12th century BCE. And we know Ishmael is the father of the Arabs. Midian comes through from that lineage. We were talking about the 12 princes earlier that come forth. So anyway, this particular, I don't want to go into all of this whole thing here, but he's telling you that this word Yahweh or Yahweh actually is Egyptian. I mean, Israelite, not Israelite, but Ishmaelite, so to speak. And we know the Ishmaelites, if they adopted this particular language, and we know that Ishmael's mother was Egyptian, then it automatically by default goes back to Kemet as well. That's what we're getting at. You know, so he's showing that this stuff actually comes from, you know, the Arabs, the ancient Arab, pre-Islamic Arabia. See, Hawaii, he going into all that defect, love, affection, passion, desire. It's just all up in here, family. I'm just trying to move quickly through this. You see, they even talked about a Yahwistic tribe, you know, amongst the Midianites. So that word Yahweh, you know, also connecting, you know, to Aya, is basically connected to ancient Arabia. Ain't that something? You know, I just thought it'd be noteworthy since I was talking about that a few minutes ago that I point that out. And that was said by one that is a Jew, so-called, right? But that's a whole nother measure. So now that we went past that, we can actually go through these things. Now that I mentioned the Yahweh and showed you what it spelled backwards, well, let's demonstrate it right here in Kemet. All of these words right here in the Egyptian language directly gives birth to this word Yahweh of the Paleo Hebrew. I'm going to show you how, because backwards, HWHY, Huhi. I spoke of this earlier. Now look at what this states up here. When you deal with Hu, in one aspect, it's the title of the Nile god, right? Hu is the title of what we say the primeval watery mass whence came everything, right? This is dealing with the very essence of creation. Hu here is one of the call of Ra, so to speak. You see, which is mentioned like the 7 eyes of one of the 7 souls, one of the 7 deities, you know, is what they would be expressing right here. You know, also who is a god of offerings here, right? Let me blow this up. Make sure you see it. Who is also a name for the Sphinx. When you look at the Tetragrammaton, YHWH, the breakdown can really be, we can say, attributed to the 4 elements, earth, air, water, and fire. Anybody know the nature of the Sphinx being that it has, you know, different expressions of different animals that make up the Sphinx, you know, the eagle, lion, ox, and man, you know, the wings on the Sphinx, the head of man, the body of a lion, the tail of an ox, feet of an ox. So ELOM, it brings us to the Elohim concept. You see, the who or the he is the divinity there. Elohim. You see what I'm saying? So when you connect all this together, now you see the true enigma of what the Sphinx represent. It's a symbol of God and man. That's why it says Muhammad rode into the heavens on the Baruch, which was really a Sphinx. You see, this is universal teaching. You find them in Mesopotamia everywhere. This is all dealing with man himself consisting of the elements, but being what we call a cherubim. A Sphinx is nothing more than a cherubim. So when you think about that in special measure, you understand now why Prophet Noble Drew Ali came out between the paws of the Sphinx after he went through his initiation in ancient Kemet. He was showing that he was unfolding from the degrees of cherubim, you know, and then you go into the degree of seraphim. We already know the great God Allah is the only one that can give you that one. That's when you become one with the spirit of my Almighty God Allah. How we know this? Because chapter 1 said in our most holy Quran. You see what I'm saying? This is what history and reliance upon Allah do for the more. You see? Okay, so here we have it here. The Yahuwah. I am he who exists. I am he who is self-existence. Who he, right? These are the derivatives coming straight out of Kemet. Now, this is the Arabic. Huwa. He is Allah who is one Allah. He who exists. Oh, he who exists. Same demonstration. So what I'm showing you here is let you know what y'all fighting for. What is all the noise about? If we can see that this same creator that existed. We can see his essence in Kemet coming all the way up through the Arabs in here. And his name wasn't known to people by certain attributes until he made it known to them. But he said this name right here be a name known for all eternity. But let's go into this even deeper. We're dealing with sound shifting now. Heha. Heh, which means a great but indefinite number. 1 million years in Ptolemaic time. This is the way they put it. Now, you know this is where their definitions come from. See, that's the explosion right there. It says 100,000 millions years, 10 millions of years, 10 million hundreds of years. You know, this deals with he in sep. You know how we say septepi, time before time was, all a million times. So this is like showing you how far back that our ancestors dealt with when it comes to calculating time. They broke the clock with these type of numbers, despite the European throwing their little twist off in there. But anyway, hair goes so far, because it's connected also. It goes so far, it has to do with a long, indefinite period of time, eternity. Then he said the name would last for eternity. So we see the connection to the hua, the he. Hu-he, he, hu. You see? He, which is the God of hundreds of thousands of years. You see? All this is sound shifting. Only thing they did is change the vowel here. The U is not here, now the E is here. You see? The eternal land, necropolis. So we see that this word that is rooted in who and he has to do with time, existence, and eternity. Improper. This is our definition just coming off the head, going outside of what we're looking at here. We're giving you the essence of this right here. He, it goes on. Hehu, eternity, one of the 4 elemental gods of the company of Thot, Tehudi. There it go again, connecting Tehudi back to that A, that I, or that Yah, Hehu. See, that's that Hu-he that I'm talking about. You see, and we can go on and on and on, but it's still talking about God, it's talking about rejoicing and everything. So when you see that HU without the vowels, you already know it's talking about time, God, adoration, you know, existence. That's how you vet the language right there. Let me go on. Amen, for example. Because you hear me, and these are strong, these are strong root words because they all come from the Kemetic, the Arabic, and the Hebrew. We can see the connection to it. Now let's go here. Amen. Amen in one aspect means to conceal. Amen is also a priest. Make you think about Imam, Iman, faith, right? Which is, we're going to go into that in a minute. Also, Amen also means to conceal and protect, right? Put protection on what you love by being faithful. Acts 7, right? See how I'm giving these definitions from a more standpoint on the fly? That's because it's in like the chairman and all of them, it's in there automatically. So we already know where it's at. We don't need no book really to go into that. It's there. So Amen, this is the Hebrew word, deriving from the Egyptian word. Listen to the definitions being given here. Believe, bringing, carried, chronic, confirmed, doorpost, endure, enduring, established, faithful, assurance, last, reliable, stand still, sure, trusted, verified. Man, they go into all types of definitions in the Hebrew. But we know it's mainly dealing with being faithful, established. You know, these are some of the definitions. Now, where you're going to see the real connection is when you get to the Arabs. And I'm going to tell you why it's always almost the case. Because if the Arabs descend from Egyptian through Hagar, then it is only right to understand that they would inherit some of the attributes of the dialect of the source from whence they come. So now we're going to see a closer relationship between the Arabic definition, though the Arabic definition does relate more to the Hebrew too. We're going to see the connection between this word and the original word in Egypt. Notice it says, what does the word Arabic word Iman mean? Belief, faith, recognition. So we see the connection to the Hebrew word here, right? From Arabic, Iman, faith, belief, recognition. Okay. From the root, Amanna. All right now. So when you take all the vowels out, all the A's over there, except the AMN, you would have, if you take the vowel E out of here, AMN, you would have a connection right there. But look at what it says. It says the root word iman is AMN, just like what we talking about, right? Which means to be calm and quiet in one's heart, to be protected from fear. Look at this here, conceal, protected. See what I'm saying? Hide, conceal, priest. So this is a protection. It says to be protected from fear. We talked about that fear last night. We got to protect our ears. Drop the F. It says trustworthiness and truthfulness, right? Iman means to accept truthfully, to be convinced, verify something, rely upon, have confidence in something, which also goes back over here again. Assurance. Assurance is to be convinced, right? Assurance is to have confidence, right? Assurance is to be established or confirmed, right? So we see the connection between this and the connection between this. So that's a strong root when we say amen. So that's why people like to say amen. Amen. We already showed you, and it goes deeper than that. Amen means the concealed, the hidden one within. You know, we already know the measure by faith. The substance of things, what it say, hidden. The evidence of things unseen. Okay, we ain't got the browbeating on. So let's deal with another word here that has a strong tie. We have the word Nura, right? Nura, which is solar products. Solar products will be products of the sun. The products of the sun that we normally identify with is the light, Nura. So now when we see Nur in Arabic, Noor or Nur, which is light, divine light, then we see how the word Nur derives from the Arabic word Nura. The solar product of the sun, again, is the light. An-Nur, the light in Arabic, which is also connected to the word Nur, comes from the same root as the Hebrew word or. Mayor. We talked about this a couple of times. The primal light described in the book of Genesis that was created at the beginning, when it said, let there be light, it actually said Mayor, more. This is where the Lemuri, Amuri concept come from, you see? So then you have, in the Aramaic, the term Nur means fire. In the Aramaic, it became associated with igniting candles, shifting the term to mean the meaning of fire. In the Arabic, Nur became light. Nura. Over here in the Hebrew, they say near. The difference between these, let's think about the vowels. It's only 4, A, E, I, O, U, and they come from the Meroitic civilization. They actually exist long before that, but that's a whole nother measure. Because we can also find them in existence among what we call it's actually the Egyptian and the Iberic Egyptian language is what we're getting at. You'll see the vowels are rooted there too. So near means lamp. You know, this also, if you trace it deeply, it's going to go back to another word, nahir, which means light as well in the Hebrew. So that's another strong word. So what are we showing you? We're not going solely on the definition that they are given here. We are showing you the strong connection. If there's a strong connection between these three words, then we can accept them as exactly as they are. Nothing wrong with using other words that may not have the strong connection, but we know exactly that these words have kept their original form, because when they go throughout different languages and they go through different garbs of linguistic expression, they still retain the same expression and definition. You see? Next word. The word father. This is one of the words of our Grand National Secretary of the State, you know, and I had actually demonstrated one of these myself too as well when I was putting our stuff together. In Strong's, well, we already see the Egyptian word as father here. They even have the connection to the Hebrew word here already in the dictionary. Then you have abut, which means forefathers, grandparents, kinfolks, ancestors. So when you hear that word abut, you know, when it talk about your ancient mothers and fathers, there you go. This is why the word Moab, Moabu, land of the father, Moabba, of the father, Moab. That's the root connection. That's where it comes through. So it says, what is the meaning of Ab in Arabic? Ab, from a theoretical abstract form, Abun. Triliteral, it says, is the Arabic form. It's the Arabic for father. The dual is Abawani, Abani, two fathers, a mother and father. It says Abeka, which means thy parents. So we can see the connection to this word Abut and the word Ab. This ain't something we making up. If it existed in Kemet first and it came later in the Arabic and the Hebrew language, we have to accredit it to the source. That's just showing you that these writing systems are children of the original parent system. It's just that simple. See, look, in the Hebrew, Ab, ancestors, family, father, fathers, father, households, father. All of these are definitely in relation to each other, family. They even put it here in the dictionary itself. I'm just showing you this ain't stuff we making up, and they think we be trying to make these words be Egyptian. This is the ignorance of our people, family. Now, this is one our Grand Secretary of the State had a little trouble with trying to find the connection, and I was telling our family about the the sound shifting, because sometimes you'll see asab, but then you'll see in these other languages they express it a different way, and that's what happened here. You know, it didn't come exactly as it's throne, seat, but in the Hebrew it's yashab instead of asab. You see? And you see it means to sit, to remain, to dwell upon what? Throne. That's the seat, right? But then you have here where it has made to dwell. They give that definition. They even give a few more, like the Akkadian definition, Aramaic. You know, all this dealing with to sit. In the Arabs, wataba, he leapt, jumped, but then right here the Arabs, which is washaba. He sat, he dwelled. Ethiopia, or Saba. He married, dwell, he calls. See what I'm saying? Seba, a sebd. So the root here is the SB. So we see another strong linguistic tie. They even have the Hebrew expression up here in Wallace Bud's dictionary. Here's another one here, Nabi. The word Nabi, often understood as a prophet, a speaker. This is the way they give it. Now, again, the Arabic in most cases is always closer. And I actually throw the Hindu version because the Hindu also said that Nabi mean prophet and divine messenger as well. And we know their language come through the Indus Kushite Valley civilization, and they descended from Kemet as well. So the Arabic word, again, being closer, it means to be high. Nabi means a high person. Now note this, the high in the presence of Allah, Nabi shows the exalted position of the prophet, enjoys the presence of God. Another interpretation of Nabi is that is derived of Nabu'at, to prophesize. According to this interpretation, Nabi means one who prophesizes. Rasul is derived from Risala. You see? Now watch this. Neba, a royal title. Royal title given to what? High persons. Exalted people, positions. Neba, Naba, overlord. You know what I mean? Most of this word Neb deals with Lord, basically. Nebu, all people, everybody. Lord and master. That's the main definition when you see this particular word here. It's either Lord or Lord over son. Lord, the creator, all that. Neba, Nab. So the connection Neb, and Nabu, and Naba is connected to the word Nabi. And that's in the Hebrew, the Arabic, and it's probably in other languages as well, but we're dealing with the main. So that's a strong word. Here's the other word you hear me talk about all the time, ketem, which means to seal up, to close, to shut up, to imprison, to end, to finish. The seal, this is where they get the concept, Ketem Nabi'in, the seal of the prophet, which I have right down here in the Quran. Mir Ketem. This is a Moorish seal right here, keeper of the seal. The Moors are the keepers of the seal, the seventh seal. Mir Ketemu, pardon self, overseer of the keepers of the seal. Who is the overseer of the keeper of the seal? Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Watching from the plane of soul. It wasn't hard to figure that out, was it? You know, and so the word Katemi, seal maker, Ketemi, official who had charge of the seal, you know, like us, Ketem, I mean, it's just going on and on. Seal on the signet ring, stamps, you know, the stamps of them. But here we have the Hebrew derivative, which is Katem. Notice they spell it Chatham, Katem. See, that's how you can be thrown off if you look at it and try to find it under the same exact root. You got to know the sound shift. Katem, which means to seal, affix a seal. You mean to tell me that you don't believe that this Hebrew word katem derived from this Egyptian word, which meant to seal something up first? And not to mention the Arabic over here, Katimun Nabi'in, the seal of the prophets, famous seal of the prophets they like to talk about. In the time of Holy Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, in the Arabic dictionaries, the word katem primarily means a signet ring, or a stamp or impression or an imprint. It also signifies the one who verifies an embellishment or ornament, the best and the most perfect, like some of them demonstrations we put out to our Moorish king. Notice it's talking about that seal and that signet ring right here. Catch it. Look at that. In the Egyptian language now. Look at that. Then they put the Hebrew word in there again. So y'all gonna say he talking about the Hebrew word ketem mean the same thing as Egypt. This is what some people that are prejudiced against other belief systems and think they chematologists would demonstrate. So we debunking all that garbage right now. So you ain't got to never worry about trying to vet what we talking about, because we know what we talking about. We could just say this stuff off our head, but y'all ain't gonna let us do that. Y'all want to see the proof. So we're gonna give y'all the proof. And we're giving it to you in love now. We just a little animated now, because that's how most of our people like it. So anyway, it says, here's the word ab. Another one dealing with heart. Listen to what it says, though, about the heart. Then you understand why we say the nearest place we can meet the great God Allah is in the heart. Now we say the soul is within the brain. The soul resides within the brain. This is what a true heart resides at, not the blood pumping organ. You see? So ab has to do with the heart of the soul. That's the center of your consciousness, the seat of consciousness, family. It dictates of the heart's desire. Then it has to do with ab, meaning middle, interior, sense, wisdom, understanding, intelligence. These are the attributes of the soul, the heart. Thinking, willing, reason, understanding, remembrance. Middle, interior, sense, wisdom, understanding, intelligence, attention, intention, disposition, manner, will, wish, desire, mind, courage, lust, self, all of that there. It depends on high in vibration or low in vibration, where you're at along the way. You see? Oh, they go into all this. So this word ab, and we can go into many different areas with right here. This make me think, look, Amen, a God, ab. That's a name for Amen Israel. Not only is Mar the word, but Ab. Abin Ra. That's a name for Tehuti. Tehuti really means divine consciousness, divine mind. It makes sense now, don't it? You see, now let's go back over here and see the definition in the Hebrew then. Leb. See how it changes? You don't see just the AB. You see a change in the vowel, which is EB, leb. And you're going to see the reason of this here. It says the inner man, mind, will, heart. You see? Leb. Now here you actually see Aleph and Bet. That's the A and the B right there. even though they spelling it out this way. So it says inner man, mind, will, heart. We see that directly connected to the Kemetic word. We can't make this stuff up, family. Last but not least, in Islamic philosophy, the qalb. See, the A and the B is separated by the L, but it's connected to this lab. Listen to what it says. Or heart is the origin of intentional activities, the cause behind all humans' intuitive deeds. Is that not the inner man, the mind, the will, and the heart? Is that not the middle, the interior, the sense, and the wisdom, and the understanding? When you say intuitive deeds, are those not the actions of the souls when you can think, will, reason, understand, and remember? We can't make this up, family. It says, while the brain handles the physical impressions, the qalb or the heart is responsible for deep understanding within the sadr or the chest. The heart and brain work together, but it is the heart where the true knowledge can be revealed. Consciousness, not in that blood pumping organ. Qalb literally means to turn about. So what is the connection between turn about and the heart? When something turns about, it does not remain in the same or remain the same. And so does our heart. Our heart, so to speak, our feelings, thoughts change all the time. And that is why it is called qalb. But you know, that's why he told the Arabs to turn away from the Qibla of the Jews. And it wasn't necessarily the physical turn. It was turning their consciousness away from what was once ordained by God, but they have went into opposition to the Most High. And that's why Prophet Muhammad told the Arabs to turn away from it. It wasn't necessarily the physical aspect, but turn your consciousness away from them because they have went astray from Allah, basically. So it's one thing, just like Lot's wife, when he told him, turn around, don't look back, don't you look back. And even if you walk off and if your heart is still attached to what's behind you, you still have not turned in your heart or your consciousness away from a thing. If you long for that thing that you know has brought harm to you, if you want it and you got to have it, it's almost like an addiction. You have to turn your consciousness to a different frequency. So this is the real meaning behind this concept. You say, where's the nearest place that we can meet him? In the heart. When it says turn and repent from your sin, be redeemed from your sinful ways, you have to go within the self. This is why Prophet Noble Drew Ali told the Moors in Acts 7, he said, purify your hearts and minds. Now, don't it make sense with all of this, Moors? So now that being said, you know, I'm going to stop sharing my screen right here, you know, and I want to open up the floor to the panel real quick, you know, and just see what it is that they have to say. Islam, family.
Islam?
Islam, Moorish King.
Islam. This is Dr. Bachi Bey, and I was listening to especially when you talk about the, you know, kind of what spoke for the about the Cobb, about the heart. I was listening to some more Greg Braden. He's a I believe a scientist, and he was just talking about how the heart has its own thinking network, about 40, and goes into the explanation of exactly what you just read about. And I'm gonna post a thing, if I can post a thing in there, or try to do it. I posted it on my page as soon as you was going over it. But it said in 1991 that these scientists have seen that the heart and the mind has the same network of it. So I can see why it says why Prophet said to turn your heart away from the you know, the Qibla or whatever. Turn your heart away from what you think is important and really go within, because it has its own thinking network. And if you're drawn back to things of your past, or if you're drawn back to things that are going to distract you, then it could be your heart and mind goes in variance. And that's where what they call cognitive dissonance, it gets at play. And so it's really where you have to unite the heart and the mind in order to sojourn on this journey. And that was just all something that's all one of the main things that shout out to me about that about the heart. But overall, it was a grand demonstration. Islam, peace and love.
Yes, sir. In Islam and peace and love. Yeah, Greg Braden is the author of the God Code. You know, that's the book that we have and we was teaching out of not long ago. Matter of fact, the God Code is in relation to dealing with the tetragrammaton that we was talking about earlier. And that actually being found within our DNA. And that it transcends all belief in religious systems. You know, and that was his intent when he turned away from making them weapons for warfare for the United States or whatever, working for, you know, NASA, I think it was, one of them places that deal with creating missiles and all that stuff, weapons of mass destruction. He wanted to find the thing that would stop the people from warring. And so when he went and found what he found to stop the conflict and the war and everything, that's what he ended up coming up with, the God Code. And it transcends what you believe and what you think perhaps is the truth. Everybody can identify with the God Code regardless of what their religion is. And so he, you know, we give honors to Greg Braden, you know, for that drawing. If we had any hatred in us or discrimination, we wouldn't be honoring what he's talking about. But I look at his book more as confirmation because I got notes from 20, 30 years ago where I was already demonstrating the concept of the God Code. You know what I mean? I've been teaching that for a long time and calling it the divine nature of Allah, DNA, you know? And so from that standpoint, it's just a grand drawing to get that truth. We give honors to that, Bati Bey. Is there any other more on the panel that would like to come forth and look at what we shown in relation to dealing with these linguistics, you know, that can't be denied? And it's a lot more. I mean, we've been all day trying to put a whole, but I just wanted to show some of the major and most main things that we draw from. They're there.
Islam,
Grand National Secretary of State.
praise Allah. Islam. I want to give honor to this class, honor to you, Dr. Shaheed, because I tell you, this is just me. Sometimes, you know, in class, there are certain things that when it's spoken, no matter who is spoken from, as far as a paradigm shift, it'll be like a brick hit upside my head, bash. So when you were speaking about the parent language and the children's language, you know, even though we're still saying the same thing, but a lot of times if you put it in a different concept or different way of looking at things, it becomes more focused. So again, when you ask the master question, why is there fighting? When it stands the reason you have, and this is why the prophet let us know that to honor our father and mother. And I can recall a chairman speaking about, you know, like before the advent of the prophet, how we wanted to, as a people, gravitate to the ancient Canaanites or who they call Indians and things of that nature. When the chairman was speaking about, they're the children. In essence, everything comes from us. So when you look at it in that format, you know, then it's easy to comprehend. And when the prophet came, he was speaking about don't complicate the simple. And this is what is going on when you have a whole lot of smoke, mirrors, and things of that nature. That is complicating the simple to keep one, again, buried or disattached from the source of where they come. So I just want to say gratitude more because you are breaking it down so plain that even a 2-year-old can comprehend. So gratitude more. Peace and love. Can't hear you, Dr. Shaheed.
All right. Let's see. There we go. That old slow, sluggish mute button going on over there. Islam. Praise be to Allah. We was just giving honors to you, goddess and queen, because that was the intent. You know, we are putting this truth out here in a way now to make sure that nobody can have no excuses. Like Prophet Noble Ali said, he came, he took away all excuses. You know what I mean? And so, like, we are showing our people literally, and all these words we know Egyptian wise, if we see them up here, we can trace them right back to the dictionary. You know, we can use the tool and vet, and they're going to take us back to where we are, you know, along the way and so forth and so on. We just wanted to do this to show our people, because there are many naysayers out there who believe that there is no connection between the Egyptian, the Arabic, and the Hebrew languages. And so we just debunked all of that falsehood right now. So anybody ever come to you with that, all you got to do is refer them to this video right here. And you can take clips out of them now. You can actually clip it and send it to them. You know, that way they ain't got to look at the whole thing if they don't want to. But nevertheless, it don't get no plain in this. And these are just some of the definitions that we went through in words. But there are many more. But these are definitions, the main ones I pulled. They deal with core doctrine. You talking about the name of the creator. You're talking about the concept of the seal of the prophets. All these words coming straight out of Kemet. You're talking about the amen degree, amen, going all the way back to Kemet. The concept of the heart and consciousness, all the way back to Kemet. Father, all the way back to Kemet. So it's undeniable. You can't get around it, even if you wanted to. You see? So there's nothing to argue about. It ain't no need even discussing it, other than telling you the truth of who you are. No need for a debate and dialogue among the matter. You know, just be what you know. That's where we at with it. Goodness gracious. All right. Any other more would like to state anything before we go to our next phase, because we're getting ready to close out in a little bit.
Islam,
Brother Marvin Evans Bay.
gratitude. I thought that was great. Something different. Well, I just like to say, God, man, doing a magnificent job. You know what I mean? Showing us how to basically learn for ourselves. You know, because, you know, you show the connection. I mean, once we understand that there is a connection, you know what I mean? And so when we go through different research material, you know what I mean, we can see the falsehood and we know where the truth comes from. You know what I mean? So we have a foundation. You know what I mean? I think everyone here today in this class can see that. And, you know, so I just want to, you know, just say gratitude and, you know, and honor to you for such a magnificent teaching. Well, morning, Islam.
Yes, sir. In Islamism, brother, we give honors to you for that drawing. Powerful measure. And yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And also to show our people, though, you know, certain words on the surface level may not look the same, but when we get into that sound shifting family, you know, and I mean, you can't really miss it once you really vet it from that aspect. You know, there's a lot of connection between all of these words, and all of the words we gave a few minutes ago. Nobody can deny that there are strong linguistic ties between these words. You know, you would have to have a lot of hatred in you and just not like the truth to go contrary to that. So what I want to do, I want to just deal with one line going into our poll document. Islam?
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sir. No problem. We love for you to add something, Marvin. Go ahead.
You know, when you were talking about the word Noor.
That's right, Noor, right, the light.
You were just talking about sound shifting. And doesn't the N sound shift with the M?
Say that again.
Doesn't the N sound shift with the M? I think you hinted
to at certain levels it does. That's right. I see where you're going more.
Islam. So that you know, this is if people want to deny this, man, like you said, you got more than you got something on the inside you got to deal with, man. Got to clean that up, Islam.
Yeah, you know, but see, that's one of the things I have brought up in discussions. What you just asked about, brother, the concept of, you know, the word that deals with the word more. And I'm gonna show you real quick one more time, because ain't nothing wrong with revisiting using that hammer repetition. I'm gonna pull it up. This is in their Bible dictionary now. Watch this. And I ain't got to go through the rest of it after this. It's like all this proof, you know, but all these different proofs in the face of denial will always be that. You know, that's just the way. But denial is no proof of the truth, though. That's what we have to keep in mind. Because some people think that an eloquent denial of something, you know, ignorance, you know, in the form of reasoning, some people think that some people will really be debunking something when you put it out here, you see? So let me go over here to this word here. So what we're going to do, we're going to just simply, this is right here, just type in light. You know, they be saying I be making this stuff up, you know. So when you type in the word light, you're going to see the word or that I was speaking of earlier that was connected to the word nor. Let there be light and all of that, right? A light, or, that's O-R. See it all up through here? We got a whole bunch of definitions on it. But watch this. We're going to go back. There's another one, which is or again. That's 216, that's 215. Now, this is the one I'm talking about. Mayor, a luminary. This is the one that I've been telling my ore, mortar. The word here, if you sound shift that O with the letter U, you get mar. You see? And this goes back to Mari. Notice it says a luminary. Huh? Bright lights. It even says here, it says light bearer, luminary. It goes in the sun, the moon, all that. Look here, the luminary of the eyes as a lamp gives the light of joy to the heart. Luminary of thy face as a lamp in the light in which secrets are exposed. See, so yeah, really more is the light. Matter of fact, the mores are the way, the truth, the light, and the life line of our people in this new era and time. If they only but knew, and if they don't know it, then they gonna know. You
that
can
goes
believe
to the
Islam.
part of the body, but it keeps hitting me with stuff. A-A-H-L-A. You remember where it says the light, where you were talking about how Allah shifted into that light, that inner light. So this this stuff is all it's grand. It's grand message.
Yes, sir. Where it's light in the room. You take the word room and you reverse it, what you get?
More Islam.
It's light in the room. And they used to be saying them gospel things.
Drop the mic.
Yeah. Yeah, I be trying to tell them now. They used to tell me, come on in the room. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about what's in that room. Not the Adeptus chamber, they don't. Islam. Because it's above the neck and they ain't thought about it because they thinking outside of themselves. Goodness gracious. Well, all right, Moors. So basically what, you know, we have, like I said, in closing, just giving honors to all of that. Want to honor you Moors for being on the manifest dealing with all this demonstration here. And it's been a powerful class. We can't do nothing more but advance and become more proficient, you know, in what it is that we do. They can't get these lessons nowhere, and we giving it to them free. And they'll rather go pay $20,000 for it. We giving it to them free right here. Some of them now, they'll sneak in here and get a peep every now and then and try to remix it and reverse engineer what we over here talking about and make it suitable for what they're trying to teach. So we got a few that come and do that too. So it's all right. As long as the truth get out there, that's all that matter to us. So where we at right here, family? Like I said, because we're going to close out in a second. I want to visit our poll document. You know, now that we have our mind expanded and the neurons are vibrating on high, let me share the screen right here real quick. Okay, come on, present, I say. Okay, share the screen. All right, there we go. Share again. Open sesame. There you go. All right. So now we'll go over here to our document. There it is right there. Okay. So we were going over a few lines in our last demonstration. You know, we're going over together because our family had some, you know, some minor bumps in the road as we were going through. That's why we're going through this. But this also gives us the ability to utilize our knowledge and also basically deposit the understanding of these letters into our consciousness. The more you use them, the better it is. And so we actually actively utilizing these measures so that we become sharper in the eye and knowing what we look at. So we dealt with line 1, trying to get back up here now to line 2. Try to do everything in an organized fashion, in an order. There we go. Here it is right here. I like this one right here. Let me see. Look like it says, okay, Mekpehnu, Mepeknun Hinu, Kinu, Mepeknun Kinu. That's how I would state it anyway, which means, look, we have reached home. If the Moorish American government ain't home, I don't know what it is. So what we have here, we already see the plan over here with these different markers or whatever that they try to, you know, utilize and make them letters in alphabet, but we know that the hieratic is the true alphabet. So we ain't gonna even go there and go to playing with them. You see? So they use the determinatives here often. We see that right there. Talking about legs, walking, hindquarters of the line. That's all these are determinatives that they are pointing out in the midst of this special demonstration, right? You know, they got, you know, the hindquarters, they got the legs walking, they got what they like to call plurality. You know, this is kin, which actually connected to, they say, in the skin of a goat here. But we see a connection here to actually the cow as well, or the bull. That's another measure. Okay, nu, which is the bowl. We have the building, which is residence. That's the house. We know that's being significant here, is the way they're trying to express it, but this is the actual letter. So pay attention to these things, and that's what we have to be able to identify too. When we see these things inside of writings, because we will when we begin to look at these other texts that don't have these breakdowns on them, we're going to have to be able to identify a determinative, because I know I can spot one quick, but that comes from simply knowing how many letters in the alphabet we have. So if you know that these symbols like this is not in the alphabets that you find, you know, in the hieratic, then automatically the thought to the mind should come, oh, that's a determinative. Or in some cases, it can also be a bilateral or a trilateral. But you'll be able to notice it because most bilaterals and trilaterals still consist of what the regular alphabets are. So when you see something that's way off, you know, most likely it's dealing with a determinative. You see? So here's the vocabulary here. You see? And this goes back to the muk. Muk, mek, muk, mek. Okay? It says, look, behold. This word is an imperative verb. It says with the second person masculine singular suffix pronoun. However, it is most frequently used as an invariable non-eclectic particle. Right? So they have put all this special measure on the manifest, and this is what we have here. Right? So let us go dealing with this vocabulary. Let's look into the dictionary and see what it is that we can actually find. Now, what we do, just to show our family, because this is very important for those who ain't familiar with the hieratic. When you go into this special expression, you know, this is where your little markers can come in useful at. You see? There you go, right there. That would be this portion here. So this is what you're looking for. So let us go on. And they actually put an A in between here. Right here, we see the hieratic A and we see the K. So that's M, A, and K. Oh, actually, that's M and AC. And Mac. Mac. Probably could say it like that, actually. But let us go over here and look at it. So we will start here. Let me go over here, pull this over. Okay, we ain't far from it because we already in the A's. I just have to go up a little bit. So we're going to deal with the isolated A first. Not the isolated A. I see that there. Oh, I did just pass by it. Come on now. This thing ain't, it's freezing up on me over here. Let me get a second here for a second. Okay. You want to act like the video now. Boy, I tell you. Wrong show like to play. Okay. Let's see. Maybe it'll go now. Yeah, that thing moving sluggish as ever. Lord. Okay. This is where I wish I could type it in like y'all do, like y'all do the demonstration. I tell you what, we can get our Moorish kin to work together. Brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
Can you locate the letter M? Because I know you probably got that thing where you can do some typing, right? Over there.
Islam. Yep, one sec. Let me
And then you just give me the page and I'll pull it up.
Is that on the pole or the molar?
This is in this is not the molar, this is actually ancient Egyptian dictionary. But it's in that email that was sent out on August the 1st. But why this thing? It was just working good a few minutes ago. Let me see something.
Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna close this one dot over here and see what happens. See if it.
Oh, wow.
See if it let me get to moving a little bit more. Uh-oh. Look like it's moving now. A little bit at least. Yeah, I think it's moving a little better. Okay, I got to the M's over here, I think now.
Yeah, mine's still low. It says 7,000 something. The M in it, so.
Okay, that's okay. Cause I'm there now. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I'm just trying to find the right one because I see over here they going through the different variation. I think I'm here now though. They mixing them in together is what they doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they ain't got them in one symmetry, so I guess I just have to be careful while I'm going through the M's. Because they giving it, I'm trying to find one with the owl in front and actually find the actual word that connects like we did last time. So, okay, I think we doing a little better now. So in our poll document, we have look. We have reach home. They'll talk about the owl and try to make that be the one that's doing the looking.
Yes, Dr. Shahi, which one are you looking for?
I'm just going to the M and looking for the word look.
Okay.
Up here. I'm trying to find it. Then I'm gonna pull up the Unicode, of course, and I'm gonna go to our molar tool. They got it mixed up here in this one here. They ain't consistent in the way that they putting it up in here. Okay, that's a type of bread spin, abode of the gods. Okay. Night bark of the sun god. Protect the guardian. Look like we might be getting up on something close here. Mother vessel. Straightforward, precise. Okay, rollway. I see they see chic. And then it may be a case where it may not be in this particular drawing. Maybe even in another one.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't find it, Brother Bati Bay?
No, I'm looking. It's taking a long time to download because there's so many M's on there.
It is.
Yeah, well, it's going off an M wherever it sees an M. And I tried to type in mock, but it wouldn't. It didn't pull up.
What about look?
That's what I think. I did that too, and it didn't pull up nothing.
Didn't give you nothing.
No.
So it may not be in that particular dictionary. I may have to do like I did. Remember? Go ahead, Grand Secretary.
Just pardon self. Try page 140. Look.
140.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see up here. I'm gonna have to go up here to this little thing here. Okay, come on. Okay, and just type it in 140. Okay, who I'm. This may not be the same 140 right here.
Down at the bottom of the page, MAA.
Okay, I just went past. I tell you what.
There it is.
Yeah, I see MAA. That makes sense because this M don't have nothing behind it. It has a period in between it. The one in the area where we was? I believe you're right. Let me see here. Trying to scroll this thing back over so I can see. Yeah, I believe you may be right, Grand National Secretary of the State. Let me go to U3, and it'll probably pull up everything that I'm looking for here. I'm going to see what the U3 is talking about in our molar tool. See what we get. Okay, U3. Or was it? Let me make sure I ain't did it. It don't look like it's giving me the U3. Let's see. That's one of them ones there. I probably end up having to go and vet outside of this. Yep. Let's see the U2 then. What would a U2 yield to us? Will it yield anything to us? Nope. Okay, it look like something coming up over here. Okay, yeah, we see the same measure here. That's the M and the A right there, ma. But it ain't coming forth with the. We trying to find the one that's actually connected to the owl. And I'm thinking it's just probably too the M itself and then the Ak along with it, but the M and the way they're expressing it in the look is being expressed this way. You know what we're looking at right now. So I'll look deeper into it and do some. I do see the U2 and the U3 that is given up there.
Would you also look at the D12, D4, and G1 of that line?
Right here, yeah. To my
Yeah,
right.
right.
Now, hold up, let me go back to that. Okay, so now when we go here, the M that's being used here is here. So these symbols here
Oh, okay.
would represent the two A's. You see, that's like really just a repeat of the A,
Islam.
Islam. And so then they had a G1. Let me look at the G1 and see what they
The
had.
G's got
This is
behold. They use the word
behold.
behold.
Yeah, that's still about the same. That means see.
And it
So
got
it's
the owl
actually,
in front.
so in another dictionary, it's probably see, and this one is saying behold. That's probably what it is. Let me go to the G1 real quick. That's G1.
G17.
G17.
Yep.
Well, this one's saying, let me see. Didn't that say G1 over there, the one I was just looking at?
Yes, sir. Yeah, G1.
Yeah, okay, right here. Yeah, that's the one I'm going at. And I'm going by these particular measures here, but that's giving the A and the A on the side of it. And I see what the problem is. This is the whatchamacallit too. I see what's going on here. I got exactly what happened. I got that confused with one of these. They put it up there by the owl. So it is the G17 then. So you say it's to behold. What page is that on, Brother Bati Bay?
Islam. Let me
Because I got the hawk mixed up with the
139.
139.
Yeah.
And that's right here when I type it in.
139. Yeah. If it's on, sometimes it doesn't actually equate to the pages, but 139.
Okay, so what number do you have at the top up here?
I have
like
one.
If you type it.
Oh, it says 11 of no, it says 139 of 474.
Okay, no. So that's what you got, 139. So that should be down here somewhere then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right up here in this area here, behold. It's this one here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense because see, even if I were to do, because I was like almost mixing them together with the M and the K. This is it right here in this area here because it's one letter and there's a connection to this here. So, okay, let's go back over here to our document now. I appreciate you too, Morris Ken, right here. So if we bring these together, even if you separate it, it's still to behold. But if you say M and K, because they have a period. Well, you know what? They didn't have a period in, but there was a period in between this. I mixed them up. So it is M and K. So that's this owl in the hand then, which is G17 and what that other one number was, it'll pop up when I pull it up. So that's G17 and D36. Or put together, if we add this here, because that is beneath it, that's G17, D36, and V31. So let me go back over here. But see, that's just placing that there. I see what they're doing. It's like mock. the way you putting it. So it's behold coming from this, and if you were to add I guess the A in there, so to speak, in between that, that's mock is what that is. And that's what's becoming to see or to behold. Behold, we have reached home. Instead of look, we have reached home. And that's based upon the dictionary that they're using. So that's what kind of threw me off right there. That was kind of crazy. But then so the other one would be this actual expression of a marker, which is really this is determinative. That's a determinative, you know. And they would say, well, that has to do with reaching home because one was walking to reach home. That's what the hind quarter and all this here, you know, people would speak on that aspect. So the next actual letter that comes up is actually the letter N, M, right here. And so what we would do is go to the letter N. Hold up, let me pull this up. And I forgot too, we can always go up to the other area up there and pull that up, but they also have it up here too. You know, and that's N35. N35. Now, what was the full word here that was being given? Oh, that's a bilateral that they have right there. Okay, so it's the M. Well, the M comes with the K, and then they have the bilateral that comes, which is the P and the H. And that's expressed as, oh my goodness, I'm looking at now. See why I'm getting confused here. I'm looking at the dang on determinants up here. Okay, it is the P and H still, which means to reach. So I would look for the P, and then I would get the P and the H out of it when I go through the dictionary. Okay, so let's see here. So we go here, and where is my P located at? Because I can find my P and H if I go through here. Okay, so that's Q3. Let's see, Q3 and might be a V28. Let me see. It'll pull up when I go to the molar. Let me go to the Q3 because a lot of time they'll pull them up and they'll pull the bilaterals and the trilaterals up. Come on now, you crazy computer, you. Take me to the top. Okay. There we go. Make sure I got that again. Okay, so that's the Q3. All right, let's see what we get here. All right. Pulling up here. That's the P. Okay, P. Let's see if it brings us a P and a H up together. Okay, that's still P by itself. Come on, man. Goodness gracious. Okay, that's a P and an N right there. Okay, P and N, P and T, T and P. And that's where it looked like it stops there. Yeah, this one right here definitely gonna have to have a whole lot of extra vetting going on with it. Because I can see the one portion up here, and just like it said, to see and to behold, I probably find it in whatever dictionary that has to see in it as opposed to behold, which will probably be one of the two of the others that we have. We end up coming up with it. I just don't want to pull them all up because we winding down on the time. But that's what I end up doing. I probably end up doing this, and we can actually do it together, vet it as homework. This particular line right here, throw it in there. It's definitely a task at hand right now. We can see it. Hold up. Not that one. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here again. That's the reach. P and H or P and I wondered if they have that in there on the P and a K.
Page 128, F22, and D54.
128.
Yes.
You found it?
Yes.
Hoorah, hoorah, hoorah. That's what I'm talking about. Teamwork make the dream work. Because it was about to get me crazy. There we go. You said it was what again? Say that again.
Is it F22 and D54?
Right down here. Yep. Sure enough, right. Reach a person, place, attain, wealth, finish doing. See how much more they got added on though compared to what that other definition was?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It says end by doing something, attack someone, hit someone with commitment, surround, caught. That sounds like deception. Sound like what they've been doing to our people when they get them to sign their name on it something. Oh man. Reach a person, place, attain wealth. Okay, so we see what's going on here. They didn't just get a basic definition. They talking about reaching something or doing something, attacking. And so the main root is in reach is here, so we can see it even throughout these areas here. Okay, I appreciate you, brother Bati Bay. So it was F22D54. And let me see something. And because that was expressed, it was expressed as a determinative form too, wasn't it? Yep, right here. So yeah, that's how we could find it there. Okay. Appreciate you, brother. Islam. So then the next one that we have, which is here, and that's in, we already know that's in 35, I want to say. In 35. Let me get the word too, the definition of the word, which is we, our, first person, common, plural suffix. Okay, we see this as a plural expression. So let me go to N35 and I'm gonna see if we can find this one right here. Come on. You little slow little thing. We already know we up here. That's P. Come on. Okay, there we go. Back to N35. The more we go through these demonstrations, the more that the letters stick in our consciousness. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I think that it just got me there. N35. You're looking for the connection to the hour, the plural. You're looking for the N single expression of the N by itself. I see RN right there. This right here is A1 and N35. That's the determinative in the letter N. Okay, come on down. Okay, that's RNF. Okay, that's NN right there. Where you at, N? BN. You would think they would put the N there by itself first. Okay, come on. WN, WBN. Okay, IMN, IN. Nisut. Ayman. That's Amin. Amin Ra. Okay. Come on. Amin Rakim. There we go, right there. That's what we're looking for. So that's the N right there. That's N35. Okay, we see the different variations of it here. But they actually have it being expressed there with a plural expression as well, which those are nothing more than determinatives in the strokes, the 3-stroke concept. So we ain't gonna really cry over that right there so much. So, but nevertheless, we know that the main measure is dealing with the letter N. And so our definition is what we look for, N35. Let me go back to my little tool over here in the dictionary. I wish I had that. Y'all got me spoiled with the search bar now. Instead of trying to scroll through it. Okay, the N35 will be somewhere in this area here because we know we close to the M's. Come on now. Move, I say move. Okay.
Islam 179.
You got it. Goodness gracious, because I'm trying to get this thing here moving so slow. 179. I got to do something about this computer. I can't have this going on here.
Islam 179.
All right, 179. Okay, and there we go. That's N35, and that's Z2, right? Yep. We, us, our. That's it. Yep. Appreciate you, Bati Bay. Cause my little computer moving slow as ever, brother. We, us, our, and then plural pronoun. That's right. Z2. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a deep clean on this thing over here. Okay, let me go back over here. So we see all of these special measures here. And then the last one here is Henu, which is interior residence, home, which we already know. We see the so-called determiner they have over here. And then we got the expression of the letter. So Henu. Now, let me go back up here. And it would actually start right there. So let me see what page will this skinless goat be on that they talking about. Look like he headless too. Okay. That's our last one. Okay, scroll over. Look at it. Won't even move. Hey, somebody mad at me. Won't even let the thing move. Okay, there we go. That's how you're supposed to be moving right there. Look like I passed by something there. No, that wasn't it. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Henu. Okay. Come on. Don't get sluggish on me now. It's the last one. Strong roll. It's moving slow again, y'all. It would do this on the last one. So it ain't that H. go back up here and this thing here make you want to hit the keyboard. We ain't trying to break it all the way though. It's already semi-broke over here. Look at that. Move, I say, move.
Page 229, possibly.
All right. That's it. Let me see what we got, Grand Secretary of the State. If it let me type the numbers in. Goodness gracious. Backspace. I'm hitting the backspace, y'all.
Oh boy.
You see it over here?
Yes.
I don't matter, no. And that's crazy.
Trying to test somebody. We ain't the ones.
That's exactly what's going on over here. Okay, 229. Let's see. Okay. This is what you were talking about. It just don't have the markers. That's the only thing. I see the I seen something on the bottom down there. It went past it. Come on, man. Okay. What are you doing? Okay, now that looks it's close to it. I see what you were looking at. I just seen an actual one of the symbol of that one that we were dealing with though a few minutes ago. It's right up here somewhere. I just seen it and went right past it. Let's see. That thing jumped right up from under me too. Not there. I think it was probably a little further up. We definitely in the area over here though. Come on now, this is the last one. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do this. I gotta really clean this thing here up. This is terrible. Yeah, y'all will probably find it before I find it. Because this thing moving so slow. Okay, no, that's actually. And I seen one of them symbols too. That's the crazy thing about it. Okay. Oh, I just seen it again. Try to move it with my hand and see if that make it move a little better. It just don't want to let me get that one in there, boy. The last one, too. Yeah, we apologize for the technical difficulties, but Rome ain't built nothing to last. Because it showed nothing. Yeah, it ain't letting me get to it like I'm trying to. And I look like I seen it and went right back over it again. Hold up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There it is right there, family. See it here? It's F26 And there's a couple of them actually. See it right here? That's the Kenu. You know, the way that they use the X, and some of them use the letter H, or some even K. This is that type of X. So it's basically ranging between F 26, N35, W34, W24, G43, and 01. Interior home, abode, residence. And the same thing can be going throughout this special expression. We see also same thing being said here, but a little different. But if we was to bank on it, you know, these pretty much will cover, you know, the definition because they mostly the same. So I'm gonna just hit F26 real quick and go to the letter here and see what all it bring up. And it's probably gonna bring up the similarity, but we can definitely tell the dictionary that's being used is different from the one that we drawing from. Let's see. Is it this? The F26, F36. Oh yeah, I was right. Okay. Come on. All right, there we go. Make sure we in the area where we need to be. Okay, now let me scroll down a bit. All right, there it is right there, family. You see the hieratic letter. They definitely got it in here. That's just the HN alone. We already know the other Unicodes would take us into the same area. So really, we see that was kind of strenuous on us right there, at least on me trying to instill right now, trying to go through this demonstration. So that's just a sign of saying it's time to shut it down. Yeah, but at least we was able to get to the last letter on it, Moors. And we thank the Moors who have a computer that's not moving as sluggish as mine for aiding and assisting us along the way. So again, so that would be my pekinu, my pekni. I would say my pekninu, my peknik hinu, a peknik hinu. Look, we have reached home. So Islamism, gratitude, Moors. And we got some grand homework to bring on the manifest. This has been a grand class. It's been very grand. And we're going to try to see if we can clean this computer up and get whatever it may be that's dragging this thing down. Probably some old type of something working in the background or something. I done downloaded and did so much. That's probably why it's acting like that. It is a lot of information over here. And I ain't going to tell you, Terry, every time I open some of these emails, I re-download the files again. So that's probably what's doing it too. Just like y'all probably seen me do a couple of times. But we'll try to get it online and hopefully we'll be able to get it in. So we just want to say gratitude, Moors, and it's been a grand class. And at this time, we're going to turn it over to our sister Grand National Secretary of the State for her drawing and send it to Sister Diane Curtis Bay. Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam. Having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. Just want to say much gratitude and honor to our class for Moors on the panel, to you, Dr. Shaheed, and our family online. It's been indeed a grand class. And every time, I go through these classes, I just learn even more. And, sometimes, and I found with myself that sometimes I get so excited in reference to being able to find the Unicode in the database, I forget to vet it against the markers, so that's a grand drawing, and just say gratitude to my Moorish kin and peace and love. Looking forward to the homework. Dr. Dendra had to step away, so I can close us out whenever you call forth. Islam.
Islamism, where you can take us on out, Grand National Secretary of the State. I'd rather on in.
Praise Allah, Islam.
Praise be to Allah.
Gratitude, grand class.
Gratitude.
January 15th, 1929, a warning from the Prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice then must take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the Prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their Prophet. If they lose confidence in their Prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the Prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and if the Prophet is not right, the government is not right. The Prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their Prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the Prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Peace, Moors. Grand class.
Grand class.
Islam, grand class. It even took time bringing our government page up. Yeah, we got to clean
Praise
it up.
Allah.
Goodness
Praise
gracious.
Allah, Moors.
Praise Allah. Love y'all.
We love y'all,
Be
man.
back.
All right, now, peace and love. See y'all in Sunday school.
Peace and love.
All right, gratitude, man. Peace and love.